Okay, good evening, good evening, good evening. This is Let's Talk About It with April, each and every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This evening. Okay, so let me just say this. Let me just put my disclosure out there, okay? Okay. I met this young lady like many years ago, right? And it's so funny because I got to share this with you. And so I'm trying to remind my husband of how I met her and what time, we live many lives, right? And I'm trying to explain, like, yeah, she was a part of Women in War, and we used to go to this church, and she knew some friends that I knew at this church, da, da, da. And she was like, oh, he was like, I don't know. And I was like, I remember I told you it was this young lady that I felt like she was just as loud and boisterous as me. And she, and she had that same attitude and energy. And he's like, oh, I think I remember who you're talking to. I can never forget the first time you called it on Women in War. It was just, it might have been 20 something people on the call, and maybe my numbers are wrong, but you will not ignore or get misunderstand your tone. You know what I'm saying? You can hear your personality, how you express yourself. And I just instantly felt your energy. So I want to introduce Miss Christina. Chrissy, y'all may know her as other things. I'm just gonna let her introduce herself. She might have some little alias she want to put out there, or whatever. But this evening we are discussing blended families co-parenting. Oh boy! And so go ahead and introduce yourself to those that may or may not know you.
Hey everybody, I'm Christina. I'm from Southeast Washington, D.C. I don't go by too many aliases, but one of my handles is Chrissy the bartender because that's what I do as a kind of like a side gig. Um, and I used to do hair a long time ago, but it's just Chrissy the bartender, and my name is Christina. So yeah, Christina, Tina to my family and anybody that know me from Southeast. But yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
Hey
yeah, yeah.
April.
So look, so I thought that was so funny when I broke it down. Like that, once I got to that point about trying to like express your personality, he's like, I
Yeah.
think I remember who you're talking about. And so I'm so excited to have you. I know we've been trying to do this for a little minute. And
Yeah.
um and I remember we were kind of like trying to figure out a topic, right? And figure
Mhm,
that out. And then when we
mhm,
came down to
mhm,
that topic, I
mhm.
was like, oh boy, I don't know who's gonna be interviewed this evening. But
Yeah.
this one of them topics. But I really think that I think I'm grateful that you even open to have the type of conversation
Mhm,
because it could be
mhm,
touchy, very
mhm,
personal, and
mhm,
just as most of these interviews. But I think there's some topics that I feel like people avoid.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Especially if
Yeah,
you're still in it, right?
yeah,
If you're still kind of living through it. And so I
yeah,
appreciate the opportunity that you even trust me to, come on this platform and share your experience. Before we
yeah.
get into all that, Christina, Southeast Christina, explain to us like what part of South you were born in, the dynamics of your household,
Mhm.
siblings, mom and dad at home. Like, how was that whole situation as a child?
Sure. So, like I said, I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. in Southeast. My parents were high school sweethearts and got married at child number three. Of course, I'm numero uno. I'm number one. I'm the oldest. My mother and father, like I said, they got married with child number three. My father and my mother had six children. People used to always ask, "Is that your real father?" And I never knew what that meant as a kid. I
Mm-hmm.
never understood how he could be a fake father. I never understood what other kind of father he could be other than my daddy. So that was like a culture shock type of thing for me for somebody to ask, "Is that your real father?" Later on in life, my father was killed. I was only 11, but he was killed. It's also in Southeast. Later, my mother remarried to a man. She had another child. Let me start over. She had another child after my father was killed. So she ended up having seven natural children. Later in life, she remarried a man with four children. So I became the oldest from seven to 11 children.
Mm-hmm.
Still number one. Hello, how you doing? But as life progressed, like I said, just the growing up in Southeast, and I was always super smart, always had that kind of like distinction about me. I was a little bit, I don't want to say nerdy, but I was real, real smart because I was still outside with my friends and I still did things, but I didn't get into a lot of trouble, but I was real smart. So Me and the books were pretty cool because I had like this innate, natural intelligence type of thing. I could pass the test, but I still skip class and hung out in the hallways and stuff like that. So yeah, became a teen mom at 17. I literally had my baby 9 days before my 18th birthday. So
Mm-hmm.
teen mom all the way. Like I said, just Southeast life, working, college, did all those things, and ultimately ended up going to hair school so that I could make more money while I was going, just to college, and got my license, became a licensed hairstylist, and just like I said, just taking care of life and business. And I'm one of those people that left home with a child, so I didn't leave home to have the whole experience of figuring things out. I left home from one responsibility of taking care of multiple siblings and being the right hand, so to speak, at home, because the first child or the oldest is typically like the little
Mm-hmm.
mother. So yeah, I left home with the child. Um, I've been on my own ever since. So wow, let me think about that. I've been on my own since I was 18 years old. Wow, whew, yeah, that's a
Let me
lot.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So let's
Sure.
go back. So you're the oldest of four initially. Is that
No, no,
right?
no, 7.
Seven.
Yeah,
So okay, right. Because it was
when
six,
my
and
father
then
got killed, he had 6 children. She had a child, after his passing, and
okay.
that made 7 natural children from my mother. 6 from my dad, 7 from my mom, and then she remarried to a man with 4 children, so I
With
became the
four
oldest of
children.
11.
Got you.
Mhm.
Got you. So let's talk about that. It's I hear it often, right? I'm the
Mhm.
last of them
The
old people.
baby.
So I don't really know about that pressure, right? And
Yeah.
so like how was that? Like always being
Um,
the oldest. Did you ever feel like you got lost in the sauce being the oldest? Or
I
just kind of like
mean,
had to hold the fort down because you was the oldest?
definitely had to hold the fort down. My parents did not escape the drug life. They succumbed to it. My father was killed in his addiction. My mother later on recovered from addiction. She's been in recovery for something towards 30 years now.
Good for her.
So definitely was little mama, definitely the oldest, definitely, like I said, the second in command. And first when she wasn't there. We did have family that took us in. So I was extra protective of my siblings. I was super duper vigilant about making sure that we were clean and out the way and fed and nourished and safe and happy. But I was still a child. So like you said, getting lost in the sauce, that's definitely something that um it came along with the territory for me. It helped make me who I am. I don't shy away from any type of anything when it comes down to protecting or nourishing, or like I said, just being that person that gets the dirty work done. I
Mm-hmm.
had to do that, and I've done that pretty much my childhood, all of my adulthood. So like I said, just being able to have that mentality because of where I come from, it was
Mm-hmm.
preparation. So it's not like something that
Mm-hmm.
I don't even necessarily say I feel like I got lost in the sauce, but I feel like the mix of how I grew up prepared me for who I am and how I
Right.
am today.
Sure, absolutely. Because it's almost like, and I talk this about my Miles often. Not
He's a
that we all
genius.
want to have traumatic
He's a
experiences. We
genius,
don't want,
baby.
saying God keep them, God keep them.
Hallelujah.
And so, but just the whole idea of how we don't have to have a traumatic life to be
Mhm,
strong and vigilant,
mhm,
but it does add to it, right? It
mhm,
sharpens you. It
mhm,
does something to you that unfortunately isn't done to that one that probably didn't have to hold the torch at a young age,
mhm.
right? It didn't
Yeah.
have to, hold the fort down when everybody else was kind of struggling or battling whatever they were battling with. It just does something to you, and some people it breaks. It don't build the fortitude in everybody. Some people fold, some people break. Some people get mentally exhausted, have breakdowns, all of that, right?
Yeah.
But I guess I'm just expressing that to say that I think I feel I empathize. I think is what I want to say for those that kind of had,
Yeah.
because it sounds like it's not a choice, right? It's just a role you
Yeah.
play. It's like this what got to be done. At the end, I'm not gonna sit here and watch my siblings, you know, um, suffer any more than they have to, right? So you just kind of put the hat on, as you said, it's kind of part of the territory. So you mentioned the book smart. I definitely picked that up from you. Your level of intelligence, I just love it, right? Because intelligence
Yeah,
is attractive. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
yeah,
you always kind of want to have somebody close to you that kind of may have a little more insight than you, because you
mhm,
learn more. You know what I'm saying? Like if y'all
mhm,
all
yeah,
y'all birds all flocking together, you know what I'm saying? Nobody reading. Who gonna lead? Who gonna help? Right?
yeah,
So, do you
yeah,
think that at a young age, when you were like in your books, in your studies, like whatever you did to keep yourself sharpened and educating yourself, do you feel like that was something that you had to do for your siblings, or was it just a love for learning?
it was a love for learning. My mother, when I was little, I learned how to read at home. My mother taught me how to read. So both of my parents were super smart. My mother,
Mm,
she was like a natural teacher type of person. She was very, very intuitive in making sure that whatever people said you had to do for your children to be smart, she did those things. She read
mm,
to me when she was pregnant. She recited songs and said the alphabet to me when I was a baby. You know, she did things that people said helps your child to have intelligence. And she did that
mm.
with all of her pregnancies. And even like I said, when she didn't do it, I was able to do it with my siblings because that's where we came from.
You learned that.
So being honest with my experience, when she did have children during her addiction. Granted, she did not do drugs while pregnant. I won't say that she's, like that. It wasn't anything like that because when she got pregnant, it was, a pause for her. And
Mm-hmm.
in those opportunities where she sought to help my dad and her come off of drugs, things like that. So it was a situation where she would pause for pregnancy and things of that nature. So, like I say, where she nurtured and taught and those things were instilled in me, they continued all my life and even in how I raised my children. My children, I have a blended family. When I talk about my children, I had one natural child, but I did marry a man with five natural children. So that's what I talk about when I say my children. And I also helped raise my niece, whose mom passed when she was younger. She was very young. So when I talk about my children, those are the individuals who
All
I speak
inclusive.
of. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like I said, from the way that I grew up and how my mother nurtured and raised us is how I raised my children. I taught my daughter how to read before she even entered school. So when she started kindergarten, she already knew how to read. The
Mm-hmm.
teacher would make her do book reports while the other children were doing learning the alphabet or learning how to form
Mm-hmm.
words and sentences. So she would have to read a book and do a book report and draw a picture about the book. So she entered DC public schools very well prepared because I didn't want her to have that experience or the stigma, like I said, what that goes along with DCPS.
Mm-hmm.
To say that, it's true, but people always say that DC public schools were 4 grade levels behind. That's just one of the things that kind of
Right.
rumor, but mine weren't going to start that way. My daughter wasn't going to start that way. I didn't start that way. So I gave the opportunity for success to be from the
Mm-hmm.
beginning up and through until you're ready to start being successful. Because like I said, that's up to you. But the beginning and the stages of making sure that you had what you need for success and knowledge and the good, happy reading books and all the
Mm-hmm.
little tapes and videos and CDs and the symphonic little music while I'm breastfeeding, all those things to help your child have a genius mentality or this
Yeah.
is a great start. I did all of those things because those things were done for me.
And you know what I call that? I call that adding to.
Yeah.
Your mother didn't just raise you, she added to
Mhm.
you. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And I think that that's
Yeah.
unfortunately what a lot of us lack. We're not added to,
Mhm.
we just raised, right?
Yeah.
And so it sounds like she instilled not just
Mhm.
the importance of education, but it's like she made it something that wasn't an option,
Yeah.
right? Like this is just what
My
you do.
mom, she's one of those people, um, like I said, my parents are both super smart. My dad was book smart, and while he was, I won't say he was in the streets when he was coming up because he wasn't, and that's what my family always say that he was not. He was one of the good ones. Like he went to college and he worked, and he gave my mother that stay at home wife life.
Mm,
So he had he worked for General Colin Powell as an account manager. He did taxes, he did carpentry, he fixed cars, and he did landscaping. So he was a
Mm.
natural hustler, and go getter. He was handsome and charming, and really, like I said, he was smart and ambitious, and he had a lot of great things going for him. So it made sense for great kids to come from him. So yeah, when you think about yourself that way and you know where you come from, who touching me?
Yeah, yeah. They call it good stock,
I'm
right?
the best, yeah, and that's what
Yeah,
I used to
yeah,
say, I'm good stock, like, I'm
yeah,
her. My
yeah.
mother, that's the queen, that lady, everybody loved her, everybody wanted her. My father, it was something. I mean, like, for real, a lady when I was a teenager, she saw me she saw my last name when I was going to the pharmacy to pick up my birth control pills. Sorry to say that. But I was picking up my birth control pills and she worked at the pharmacy. She saw my last name and she said, "Is your father name?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she stopped and like kind of like, and I'm looking like, what's she about to say?
Right.
Said, "Your father loved your mother."
Mm.
I'm like, that's weird. Like, why you okay, he did. Oh, he was so handsome, and she came over and she hugged my whole body, like, I felt her
Mm.
legs hug my legs and knees
Wow.
hug my that lady lusted over my dad, and I'm like, "Damn, my mother would knock your face off if you know what I'm saying? If she even knew that you touched me thinking about my father like that." 'Cause it was just weird, but
Try to
that
feel
goes
me
to
through
show
him.
that really
She
tried to
was
channel
definitely
that
trying to
man.
feel him through you for
Really
sure.
try to channel it, but like I said, the prestige that went along with who my dad was, and
Mm.
the envy that women had concerning my mother because they wanted
Mm.
him. My father was athletic and he was handsome, and he was from Southeast. My mother was a brick house, light skin, that, and she from Southeast. So dudes wanted her, and the ladies wanted my dad.
Mm.
She was all about my father. He only had eyes for her. So, like I
Mm.
said, hearing my family tell me stories about their love story, how they got together and how they just were, hearing people's reputation, people's the reputation that my parents had and their friends and how they communicate and talk about my parents and when they got together and how everybody just they loved, and I'm like,
Mhm.
all right, pipe down. So like I said, just having that be where I come from. I always tease my
Right.
siblings and say I'm the love child because I'm the first.
Mm.
And they were accidents because my parents just loved me so much they just kept getting pregnant. But I was the love.
Right.
I was the one that they wanted. So yeah, that's how, like I said, just having that be where I come from, the
Mhm.
makeup of Christina, who I am, how I got my name, all of those things I know from my parents and the legacy of the love that they shared. So yeah, I live
Mhm.
that.
Mhm. So what was, because out of all the love and the education and the cohesiveness, it sounds like, right?
Mhm,
Um, there had to be some real trying times during the stage with addiction, the struggle with that,
mhm,
right? Did
mhm,
you find, as the oldest, did you
mhm.
ever find yourself losing respect or
Uh-huh.
losing admiration at any point?
Yes, absolutely. I was a tomboy, and I guess the best way to describe where I lost respect, I was a tomboy, and like I said, as a tomboy, I wasn't what people think about a tomboy, like I was a stud or gay or any of those things. I
Or
just enjoyed wearing jeans, sweatpants, baggy clothes, tennis shoes, and I like playing in the dirt. I like riding a bike. I like play fighting. I like doing all of the things that typical things were for boys to do. I
right.
enjoy doing them too. But the difference would be I would have on lip gloss. I was
Mm.
sticking my mother's lipstick and have on lipstick
Okay.
and be out there riding a bike off of
You
a
wouldn't ask you doing
honest.
it.
I was cute. You hear me? Because I had, my mother would do our hair. I had long hair. I had cornrows. She would do our hair every Sunday. Like that, we had a routine. Like I said, we had a
Mhm.
home life. So even in my growing up and going through things in Southeast and just having those distinctions for my family and other
Mhm.
families, I never quite understood how or why things were they how they were until, of course, like I said, later on, when we started matching some of the stereotypical things that happened in the hood. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like I said, the drug life, when my father and my mother were on drugs, things were different because we still had a married mother and father. All the kids were
Right.
theirs. We still had food, even though they did have food stamps. I remember what they looked like. There was definitely some struggles. But like I said, we still had a home life. My mother was at the PTA meetings. My father would come to the parent teacher nights. Whenever they had
So it
activities
was
at
still
school.
structure.
Yeah,
It
there
was
was
still
still
very much.
very much a structured home, family dynamic, mother, father, children. We still
Right.
said our grace. We didn't go to church every Sunday, but my mother had that gospel music on where she cleaning up the house and cooking Sunday dinner. Like it was very, very, very normal for
Mm-hmm.
home and what people think about a traditional family, but it was very different when you're talking about in the hood. In the
Right.
hood, there weren't two-parent households. There
Right.
wasn't structure. While people did cook and they had Sunday dinners, they went to grandma's house for,
Right.
certain things, or they went to somewhere else. This was what we did every day. And like I
Right.
said, even with my mother, she did, essentially have to work sometimes, but my father gave her the stay-at-home wife life. So Sundays was big dinners, but my mother cooked dinner every night. And sometimes my father cooked. And sometimes, like when my mother would go on vacation with her mom and her sisters, she taught me how to cook. So my father had me cooking, certain things and showing me how to do things. So like I say, it was very much structure and
Mhm.
love and normalcy.
So it never. So y'all never. So they never broke the tradition, right? The structure still remained.
Hmm.
Okay. And
Hmm.
so with the structure being there, the love still being there,
Hmm.
the educational part, and
Hmm.
just the whole cohesiveness. At what point did you lose respect? Because most times structure falls apart
So
when
yeah,
it's.
when my father got killed, like I said, I was 11. My mother gave me I need you to help me raise these kids. It wasn't, baby, you're gonna be okay. We're gonna be fine. It
Mm,
was, I need you
ultimate.
to help me raise these kids. And that was the conversation. Now, granted, I will not say that she didn't give me napkins and console me if I cried, but that was the conversation. So that's what I did. That was the gear I was in. That was the trajectory of our lives moving forward. I was helping my mother raise these kids.
Mm,
So when she brought home another kid,
mm,
question, who that? What's up?
right.
What you doing to me? You keep having babies and I keep doing what you asked me and told me to do. Who is this?
Right.
But God be God. I couldn't go to my girlfriend uh birthday party at the skating rink. I had to wait for her to come home from having a baby, and she dropped the baby in front of my face in the little baby carrier thing.
Mm,
She locked herself in a room for like a week.
mm,
So do what you do. Like I had to handle that for my baby brother, and that was like I said, it was just I've been there, done that, so I knew what to do. It
mm-hmm.
just so happens that, like I said, while she locked herself in that room, all that postpartum depression and all of the things that she could have been feeling, having a child that's not her husband's, and because he's
Mm,
dead and gone, and she's widowed and on drugs. She had a lot going on, and I'm not taking anything away from her, and I'm
right.
not going to talk too much about whatever
Right.
happened for her because I only know what was happening on the
Right.
outside of.
That's her story. Right.
Yeah, I was on the outside of that room, but what I do know is I had the kids and I was doing what I was told to do, helping her take care of these kids. So losing respect happened, like I said, towards that. And then as
Mhm.
she bounced back and started becoming more independent because she had a stay-at-home wife life. Like I said, she
Yeah.
didn't have I don't want to say she didn't have street smarts because she did. My mother is very, very intuitive, very, very intuitive, and she knew a lot of people. So, to God be the glory, she was able to navigate and take care of her children. But at the same token, she had to learn real, real quickly. Ain't nobody coming to save you, sweetheart. Ain't
Mhm.
no, he gone, So
Mhm.
having shared responsibility with her made me respect her differently. It wasn't
Mm,
necessarily that she was my mother all the time. She was my partner and I was her partner.
mm,
So when the bumping of heads essentially happened, I felt like I was grown. I felt like I could take care of everything because I've been taking care of everything. I felt like you couldn't tell me but so much because when you not here, I'm handling this. When you didn't do it, I did it.
mm,
When you didn't have it, I didn't have a choice but to give it. So what we talking about, and I respected her differently. So
mm.
we I never was here with my mother.
Right,
I never had a loss of respect where I looked down on her.
right.
I had a loss of maternal respect where as though
Mm.
as my mother, I looked at her as a partner.
It's
As a
equal. You start
Yeah,
feeling
I
equal.
looked at her as somebody that I was working along with, not necessarily
Mm.
all the time, but a lot of the times where we bumped heads.
Well, that was the conversation, right?
No. No. Her saying what she said to me didn't come with instructions.
Got you.
It was an absence. And like I said, just doing what I saw her do because I'm the oldest. I continued on with what she had going on, like even something as small as finishing dinner while she leave to go fulfill her own desire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's just pretty much how it was. And like I said, in opportunities for us to clash, it's because I looked at her as a peer,
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily all the time as the person who's in charge or the
Right.
mom.
Or superior. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So do you think doing like so I would assume this is before the clashing. So do you think you guys was ever able to properly grieve your dad? Because it's like there was so much going on and so many kids that was it like room for that to take
Oddly,
that all in?
oddly, I will honestly say no. And I hate to say that because, my mother definitely gave her life to Christ, over the time. And even to this day, I respectfully say she went from the crack house to the church house because that's how it went for me. I won't
Mm-hmm.
say that that's her, I can't give her testimony, but that's what I
Right.
saw. When she stopped doing drugs, she was in rehab. She went through a program called RAP Incorporated, which was, if I'm saying it correctly, an inpatient where they stay overnight. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me, where so you live there because she was there for a series of months, and I had to think about. I think it was 9 months,
Mm-hmm.
because it was a nice wow. Um, but like I said, during that time, I just I continued on with what I saw at home, the ways that my mother loved and protected and nourished and kept us, cute,
Mm-hmm.
clean, out of the way because there were so many of us. Out of the way is a really, really big term, out of the way, because kids are playful, they're curious, and then there's a lot of us. It was six of
Mm-hmm.
or seven of us. One of us, the youngest one, he was separated because he was an infant, so he went to a sibling, one of my mother's siblings who did not have any small children at the time.
Okay.
All of their children, because it was a blended household, the two older children were bigger and
Mm-hmm.
living out of state, so they were essentially home alone. So
Oh,
they took the baby, and the
baby.
other six of us, my father's kids, were raised with my mother's siblings, her brother, and her oldest sister. So I continued on the ways
Even
that
there.
hmm in that situation, basically just kind of adhering to whatever their house structure was and the rules that they had for us or for the home, and then nurturing and loving and protecting and keeping my siblings the way that my mother did as best as I could.
Right. Right. Right.
hmm
And so she gets out
hmm
and she gives life to Christ. And so
hmm
how is that transition? Her coming back into the home, y'all going back to live with her. Is that kind of how that happened?
Yes and no, because there was a series of things that happened on that time.
Okay.
Um, she was able to hear us talk about the abuse that we experienced at the
Mm,
that came from her brother, and hearing her feeling her energy and hearing us tell her what happened to us, it's almost
And
like
this
she
is
did.
why she was away in rehab.
Hmm. It's
Okay.
almost like she didn't believe it, and I think she chalked it up to they just raise kids differently. They not your dad. They not your mom. They loved you differently. But
Mm-hmm.
he ended up dying. He fell sick and he died. And when she, got herself together to come and tell us, all of us was like, so
Mm-hmm.
good. Glad he died. You got me out of class to come tell me that. And she was able to see at that point, my brother was mean to my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Cause she all
Like it
crying
hit
and
her then.
emotional. Yeah. But it hit her. It became real to her. Like, none of y'all don't care that this man died. He was mean to my kids, because of our lack of emotion for his passing. That's what made it
Mm-hmm.
seem
Became
not
real
real.
for her.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it made it seem like it was real for her. Like, we told you ain't like him. We told you he was mean to us. We told you, we told you, we told you. But she was able to see it by the lack of emotion at his passing.
Empathy.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So was that just more verbal abuse, or was
Yeah,
it physical
definitely.
too? More verbal. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say that he ever physically hit me. I don't think he hit any of my siblings because he wasn't the type of person to chastise physically. And if I
Okay.
think about it, because even with his own natural child, I don't think he's ever like popped or disciplined her with like, spanked or anything. But I won't say that he didn't because I was at
Yes.
school sometimes and it would be
Right.
smaller one, and I would be outside playing sometimes. Like I said, I was a tomboy. So sometimes when I'm doing other things, if
Right. You're not
was
always in a
sad,
witness.
yeah, if one of them was sad or looked like they was crying or down in any way, I don't necessarily think that that meant he hit them, but I do
Right.
know how he scolded us and how he chastised, and he was just very emotionally and verbally abusive, and it
Mm-hmm.
was different. And like I said, because there were so many of us, I think in his own way he was trying to just keep order, but we weren't bad kids. It was just a lot of us. So
So it was. It sounded like he was probably trying to, keep the iron fist, so to speak, but
yeah,
then
but
over
we,
abusing that
yeah,
authority.
but yeah, we weren't raised. We were not bad children. We
So
weren't.
y'all didn't have to be raised that way.
Yeah, we didn't have
Right.
to get yelled at or any of those things. It's, when it's time to eat, y'all go wash your hands. It's not. We weren't those. And even if we were playful or in the mix of anything, like I said, you just say whatever it is, and we
Y'all can do it.
we want it. Yeah, like we weren't bad children. So having the understanding that your sister needs you to help with her kids, he had his hat on that we're not going for none of that. We're not doing this and that. Da, 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 da. It was, I guess he thought, like I said, just what he saw in other kids from Southeast or people who have lots of children in the home, that we were going to be like that, but we weren't. We weren't. We just weren't. People loved my siblings. People loved us. They loved when we were there. And everybody, like even to this day, when my siblings and I get together, it could just be us. Why y'all
Mm-hmm.
ain't invite? What you talking about? Well, we just got together. We didn't have
Yeah.
no party. It was just they came over. Or I
Y'all got
told
that
them,
relationship.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody, every single person connected to us had felt the love that our family was raised with, emulate,
Mm-hmm.
it what everything is just love with us. And even if it ain't, we came from love. So
Right.
we know how to get back there and we know what is
Mm-hmm.
necessary for whatever. But
Because that's the foundation. It sounds like. So
yeah,
regardless of what, you always know what to go back to.
so
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So once that became real for her, did you see like a dramatic shift for her for the good?
I think she just mm, at that time, yes and no. Because like I said, when her brother died, that was right after she came from rehab. Um, and things were changing because she was getting her own,
Like
space again,
reacclimate.
like yeah, coming from rehab and getting in programs and getting a house for us to live in again, not just staying with, family in rooms, but we had our own home, we had our own rooms, we had a front yard again, we had a backyard again, we had keys again, it was home. We had that resting place and that refueling place and that place of safety and togetherness again. So all of those things were happening right around the time where she came out of rehab and her brother died. So
Okay.
yes, it was a transition and yes, it was real for her. But at the same token, I already I know how to be a mother now. So I know how to
Mhm.
balance myself. And that's when I started like getting into less being a tomboy and started wearing a dress.
Okay.
Yeah. Around that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how old are you then?
15, baby.
15. Okay. I was trying to figure out how old I was on my first dress. I don't.
Yeah. I was like 14, 15, summer job money,
Okay.
the SYEP, summer job money.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I was buying my own clothes and I was buying majority jeans and t-shirts, tennis shoes, and things like that. But when I did buy a dress, I was hanging out with my cousins and they were buying all these girly clothes. And I'm like, I don't want all that stuff because, I had, junk in the trunk. So I'm not trying to wear a dress and have, the things that I'm doing where I got to keep pulling my dress down.
Right.
So I bought a dress because I was like, I never know, I might go somewhere.
Mm.
And yeah, start talking to this little boy. One
Okay.
day I put
Things
that
that
dress on.
so things are changing for you personally
And
and
yeah,
individually. Okay. So as she's
yeah,
getting reacclimated and kind of getting home together,
yep.
you kind of finding yourself a little
Hmm.
more. It sounds like. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So is this when she remarries?
Not necessarily there, not then yet.
It's sometime
She didn't
sometime
get
back.
married until my senior year of high school.
Okay.
So at this time I'm 15, so I'm about to graduate from middle school. I guess
Mhm.
that's how we called it junior high.
Yeah, it was junior high for.
I was
Mm-hmm.
at Fletcher and I was a senior at Fletcher, so I didn't have that um same feel as everybody else. I was a ninth grader, which is a freshman in high school, but I
Mm-hmm.
was a senior at Fletcher Johnson because that was the highest grade that it went to.
Mm-hmm.
Fletcher Johnson at that time was an educational center that went from daycare. There was a
The
daycare
night.
up to ninth grade. So yeah, essentially I went from um, being a senior at that school to high school where I was a sophomore
Mm-hmm.
because I went to the 10th grade. I didn't start
Right.
as a ninth grader freshman. So I
Fresh.
skipped that whole you can't little girl me. I was never
Right.
a
Right. Right.
freshman.
Right. 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 Right.
So even as a freshman, where people were looking at you this new experience, I was already considered a
Already
senior.
there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I didn't have the same headspace as a lot of ninth graders. Um, because I didn't have that experience that a lot of them did. Like I said, I was at Fletcher, so I had independence. I was super smart. Dr. Rutherford, he used to get so angry at me. He was the principal. That we called him Doc. Doc would get so angry at me because he knew my mother.
Okay.
He was her principal in school,
Mm-hmm.
and I was real, real smart. One of the things that he used to get so angry at me about, he was like, I can't even put you out because your grade point average too high, and I need you. Can you just stop hanging in the halls? I was like, can y'all just stop chasing me?
Like you just be smart. Just be smart. Don't do all the extra stuff.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I would skip class, but like I said, when it's test time, I'm passing every test. I
Mm-hmm.
would do all the work. I would do my homework walking, one of my friends, he used to come pick me up from school and drop me off at home. And like I said, I was a tomboy, so he would drop his girlfriend off and he'd come back and pick me up because I would be in some type of little something, extracurricular something, or just picking up my baby sister. Whatever was
Oh,
happening, he would pick me up after he dropped his girlfriend off and he'd come take me home. So I would do my homework in the car. So when I get home, I could just go outside and play.
right. Did you ever feel like you were kind of deprived from a wholesome childhood, just a kid outside type of experience with
No, I
having to be
always
responsible
feel
for
like I
yourself?
got the best of both worlds, and
Okay.
I say the best of both worlds because I do understand and remember what it was like before drugs entered my life.
Before
Um,
you had to become little mom.
Yeah, my family is ginormous on both sides. My mother is the youngest of seven. Her and
Mm,
her. My grandmother and my grandfather on my mother's side were married.
mm,
Big family, seven children, same situation as her. My father's family, that's the baby mama, that's the baby daddy. That's where I got to see, but I didn't understand it because I didn't see it. My grandmother did not have at the time when I was, in her life, or when she was,
mhm.
because she died when I was in kindergarten. But I didn't see my grandfather and my grandmother in the home with my father's
Oh,
side of the family. With my father's side of the family, I saw aunt and uncle married. I saw
mm,
my grandmother and my aunts and uncles. I didn't see my grandfather.
and
And then when I
grandma.
was with my grandfather's side of the family, it was his children and
Mhm,
my cousins. I didn't see the structure with my paternal grandparents that I did in the home with my mom and dad
mhm.
and with my extended family, with my grandmother and my grandfather on my mother's side. So yeah, it was a little bit different with my paternal side of the family because like I said, it was just siblings and their children.
Right,
And then
right.
my grandmother and her children and her grandchildren. I didn't
Mm.
see the same structure.
Two
Not that it
structure,
wasn't structure, because she didn't play that, and my
but
family
you just didn't
didn't play that.
witness it
Yeah,
at
but
that
it was
time.
different. The feeling of doing things with my cousins, and having time with my family, it was different. There was still, like I said, we had a huge family, so there were still men there to love and protect us and keep us straight or tell on somebody for something that they did.
Mhm,
And there was also protection. Like I said, with both sides of my family, the kids were always protected.
mm.
My father's side of the family, like I say, they the cookouts and the crabs and the beer and the music. And my mother's side of the family is a family barbecue.
Okay, there's
And
a difference.
yeah. And I mean that, like my father's side of the family is we partying all night. We outside. And
Yeah.
the kids is with this person or that person, but the kids are right here and the
Mhm,
grown-ups is right here. But in
mhm.
my mother family, it's the family barbecue, and we're bringing the burgers. So
Uh-huh.
we get the mayonnaise and the lettuce.
Right.
You know what I'm
Is
saying?
she bringing potato salad?
Yeah, and it was who did it up? It was different. It
Right,
was
right, right.
completely different. It's
And
my
so I
father's
get
side
the
of the family.
whole best of both worlds.
Yeah,
I
so I
get that.
definitely feel like I said, I got the best of both worlds because the big family unit on my dad's side and the big family unit on my mother's
Mhm,
side, everybody did great things to instill values and love and principles. And everybody on my dad's side did great things to instill
mhm.
values and love and protection and peace and
And that's it's rare, you know. Most people get in one side or just the immediate family,
nah,
you know.
yeah, my
And so
family and we
I can see the benefit and feeling
yeah,
like you probably really had a wholesome childhood and didn't
yeah.
really lack. And regardless of
Mhm.
all the responsibilities, yeah, I can see
Yeah,
that. That's
and I
good.
got
Good for you.
great big cousins to like anything because, like I said, with my dad's side of the family, oh man, my big cousins, they ain't play that.
Mhm.
It was no such thing as lack. It was no such thing as none of that. Like you, we good. And even if you're not good, hold up, come here real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like it never
Right.
was lack. It was always love.
So
Always.
whatever was not there when you need it in this aspect or this side of the family or my immediate home, I can get it from my cousin's side, or I can get it at my aunt's house, or I can get it at grandma's side. And so it's almost like it was always a balance or a safety net, essentially.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the way that you're saying that, I have like the perfect example. Um, so my family is from Southeast, like I said, born and raised, both sides. Sorry, it's just because it's different. My
Mm.
father's side, we Alabama Avenue, Savannah Turs. That's my father's side.
Okay.
My mother's side, hood adjacent. We grew up
Okay.
up the street
Adjacent.
from Temple City,
Okay.
so we're hood adjacent. We know everybody, and everybody knows us, but we're not from there. You know
Right.
what I'm
Y'all
saying?
across the street. Y'all
We're
across.
up the street and around the corner.
Right, right, right.
So yeah, but when I was younger in Southeast with my dad's side of the family, because like I said, my mother and father they got married with child number 3. My mother would say, "Go over this person's house and go get some bread." So I leave out of our home to go across the street, up the hill,
Around the
and
corner.
open the door and be like, "My mother said come," and they just give me the bread, and I'm going back down
Go
the
back.
street around the corner with the bread. Nothing. I never felt
Right.
unsafe. I
Right.
never felt threatened. I never felt anything. My mother
Mhm.
told me to do something, I did it. We could go to the store and because we were little, this one, so I grew up around 22nd in a circle when Bojangles used to be at the top.
Mhm.
I think it's like a convenience store across the street from Henry's off Alabama Avenue.
Mhm.
So there used to be a 7-Eleven and a Bojangles and all that stuff used to be right there. When we find dimes, we would go to the store and buy Slurpees because Slurpees used to be like 20 cents or something like that. They used to be very, very cheap. But my point is, I felt like this is my neighborhood. I feel loved. Everywhere I go, people going to know me, right? So we would go to the store because we found some change on the ground and we could go buy stuff. When the kids that would be bad in the neighborhood would
Mhm.
be in there while we're in there, they'd say, "Get away from him." You know, they would make them get away from me or make me get away from them.
Mhm.
It was always a distinction because people knew my family and people knew
Right.
me and people understood that one right there, watch how you talk to her. Watch whoever,
Mhm.
like don't
Mhm.
ever, it never gave unsafe in any
In
aspects
that
of my
aspect.
life. Yeah. So, like I said, that's where I come from. With
Mhm.
my grandmother at my grandmother's house, like I said, we was deep. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother, my cousins, my siblings. I said my siblings, my grandmother's kids, my cousins,
Mhm.
we was deep. So when we go outside and play, I never felt nothing other than happy and running around and oh, the truck
I
coming.
mean, essentially, that's the community that I feel like we're missing, though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like that's
I'm
kind of
telling you, like when
yeah.
the ice cream truck coming, they just come tell them what you want. All of the kids, it never it never gave problem, begging,
Mhm.
asking, needing, sad. It never gave any of
Right.
those things. It always was we had stuff. The one thing I do remember is like being told no from the truck, but you're going in the house to go get some snacks. Like,
Okay.
no, go get your
Mhm.
chips out the house. Like, I want truck chips. I want some, I
Right.
want to get it from the truck. We got pickles in the house. Go get a pickle, put it in a bag and pretend. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But it was
Right.
just different. So when the no's did come, in life, it wasn't, it was never
It
that.
wasn't necessarily from a lack of having or being unable to provide. That's
Nope.
good. That's refreshing to hear. Actually,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm good. You were able to experience that because typically, I mean, you know the stigma. You know,
Yeah,
parent
that's what I
face this, so
said.
now that
I had
means
I had the
yeah.
best of both worlds. And even when my dad was alive, even, because like I said, when my mother did remarry, because like I said, that was after when I was in high school. She got married my senior year of high school. Um, I still had sh- the family unit.
Mm-hmm.
My mother's boyfriend was still a male in our life
Home.
to
Mm-hmm.
give some, input or answer questions about certain things or just give her some just that balance.
Right.
So, just have some gravity in how she dealt with us or just I don't know, whatever it meant for her, she had support
Mm-hmm.
from her family, her network, her church family, um, friends, and her dude. She had my stepdad, my stepfather. So,
And so there was still structures, a different level of structure. That's
mhm,
all. But it was still, the family dynamic was still there. Just
mhm,
another male figure,
yep,
which is again refreshing to hear.
yeah,
Because typically it becomes different,
yeah,
right?
mhm,
He there, but he not, or
mhm.
they not together because they bumping
That's not my
heads
real
one day.
father. Attitude.
So you mind if I ask you what happened to your father?
My father was killed. My natural father was killed. He got killed in his addiction. Uh, it was a Sunday, and I heard the gunshots. He got killed on Benning Road. I was up top of the hill at that time. What would you call Coral Hills? I think they still call it Coral Hills, but it used to be a Roy Rogers up there. And that particular Sunday, my girlfriend and I said my girlfriend, but my friend and I were hanging out. And I heard the shots. I was like, dang, somebody just got messed up. Shortly after that, my brother and my god brother, his best friend, came running, and it was like, Daddy got shot. Daddy got shot. And I'm like, what? Daddy got shot. You come home. Daddy got shot. So I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, okay, stay calm. If I think that he gonna get killed, then he gonna die. If I stay positive and stay calm, he gonna live. Just stay calm. He gonna be alive. Don't think he gonna die because then he gonna die. But he gonna be alive if you think he gonna be alive. And I'm like, okay, he gonna live. He gonna live. He gonna live. He gonna live. All that's like keep telling myself, stop thinking about my father getting killed. He's gonna be alive. He's gonna be okay. When they told us that my father didn't make it, oh yeah. So yeah, I was 11, and that was that.
Hmm.
That was my first time like experiencing God's will happening even if you pray.
Hmm.
you know, that was like my first time he couldn't like stop it for me because it
Hmm.
still happened and I still prayed and I was calm. So yeah,
And
stuff
it's
happens
taught,
outside of
and you
my
learned that if you pray, you be positive, then you get a better outcome. But
I
that didn't.
felt that way. Yeah, I felt that way because as a child, like I said, my relationship with God came in praying.
Hmm.
If you want something, you pray for it. You say your grace to thank God to bless the food. You thank God that He gave you food, or you got to get the thing that you wanted. So you say your grace and thank God. And if you want something, like I said, I was taught to, if something's wrong, you pray. And I learned about prayer, like I say, as a kid because I didn't understand it, but this is what happened. My childhood friend was asked, "Can I spend a night over so I can go to church with them?" And I was so excited.
Hmm.
And my mother said, "Yeah," because I asked her while she was in the room. And when I went to go spend the night over there, she was like, "You're not going nowhere." And I'm like, "You said yeah." She was like, "You're not spending the night over nobody's house. You can go to church with them in the morning, but you're not spending the night over nobody's
Hmm.
house." So that turned into you're not going. So you don't even know when they're going to church. If they can't come and get you for church, and you're not going. And I'm
Hmm.
like, you don't want me to go talk to God? I had an attitude. So I was like, God gonna get you because you won't let me go to his house. And I cleaned out a spot in my closet. And I was like, God, please get my mommy. Please get my mommy because she won't let me come to your house. That was my first time praying. And then all of a sudden I hear, and I was like,
Oh,
that's what you get. I told God on you. I had to
prayer
understand that.
works.
Because if I pray, God gonna listen to me, he gonna handle it. So like I
Right.
said, what I knew was prayer was like a secret weapon for me.
Hmm.
Because I knew it. I knew I was taught to pray. I knew God heard me. And if I want something, just ask God. So
Do you
yeah.
think it shook your little faith at that time? Not getting what you prayed for, being positive, and not getting the outcome you wanted with your father?
I won't say that it shook my faith. And like I said, I think the best way to sum it up is I learned that even if I pray, what God says is going to happen
Hmm.
could still happen. I don't think I knew what faith was at the
Right.
time.
Yeah, I said your little faith because you're kind of
Yeah,
young
because
in
I
it.
was 11. What I did know is even if I pray, like I said, that's the best way to sum it up. Even if I pray for something, what God says is going to happen is going to happen. How I
Mhm.
deal with it after that, what's up? How you doing? How you feeling? I didn't
Mhm.
know how to check in with myself. I didn't have that. Like I said, when you asked about grieving, I didn't have an opportunity to learn what to do next.
Uh,
It was, I need you to help me take care of these kids. I need you to help me raise these kids. That's what it was. So it
mhm.
wasn't, I don't know. I never knew how to deal with that. When
Mhm.
when my faith, nope, because even in my adolescence, I always had this thing about me. So like I said, I was outside. I jumped off the porch. Like I said, I was outside. I had a good time with my friends. But if somebody asked me to go to church, I'm going. So
No
I
matter
used to get
no
mad.
matter what y'all into,
I
you go.
mean, I mean, hey, April, I'm telling you, I'm about to party my face off. I want to do all the things that everybody don't do. And mind you, at this time, like I said, I'm a teenager. So we going to parties, house parties, where they turn the lights
Party, party, yeah.
on. And we was going to this place. Wow, I just thought about that. Margaret's and Sons. It used to be on Good Hope Road. They used to
Mm,
have like, I guess you could say like I don't even want to say cabaret because it was just for the young kids, for the
mhm,
teenagers to be not on the streets, and they would just let us go down there and party, and they had the music and the little little light strobe
mhm,
light or colorful the little light, so it was like a club, but it was
mhm.
just for the teenagers. Man, we used to party so hard, and I'm talking about work the walls party.
Yeah.
So you feeling it. So yeah, we used to party so hard. But I'm telling you, when you looking forward to it, like, hey, y'all know we going down Margaret's Friday. Y'all know we going down Margaret. So it's like, all right, cool. That was the club. So it was literally
Yeah.
a store. Margaret's and
Mhm.
Sons was a store on Good Hope Road that also had like a deli, like they made food.
Okay.
You could get like hot dogs or French fries and French fries and wings. They had food and you could get candy. So it had like a
Mhm,
nice little feel, but they had it so that the kids could have a place to be without being on the street.
mhm.
And like I said, when we say we going down Margaret's, we about to party and see who in there. We going, yeah. So that's what it was. But when somebody would say to me, hey, Christina, my church is having youth night on Friday.
Like you there.
Y'all come to pick me up or I need to meet y'all there. I would be so mad. I would be
Like
so
no
mad.
question. Mhm,
Oh God, I would be so mad. Because I'm about to go to church.
mhm.
And I mean it. Like, for some reason, I don't care who asked me first. If church get asked, I'm going. And I don't
Yeah,
know
you
why.
accepted all invitations to church. It don't even matter what happened
And
Friday.
I used to be mad because I would be like, why did you ask me? Because now I can't say no to
Because I
God.
gotta accept it, right? Hmm.
And
That's
maybe
interesting.
that got into something. Now I'm talking to you about it because, like I said, that was my first time praying when I asked God to get my mother because I wanted to go to his
Right.
place. It's all coming together. See, you kind of like
Yeah,
therapeutic.
yeah, 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 yeah. It all comes full circle. It really does. Okay, so here
Your
we go.
name,
So now
your
we
name, April
let's
and
talk before
Yanya.
your senior year. Before your senior year, because you get pregnant months before your 18th birthday, right? So you're
Yep.
actually a senior in high school.
So when I got pregnant during the spring break
Okay.
of junior year.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, maybe am I saying spring break? Nah, it was the summertime
Okay.
after junior year, before senior year. So yeah, I got pregnant.
Okay.
When school started, I was just pregnant,
You was just, okay.
or I was in my months
Okay.
pregnant.
Okay.
So I got pregnant right after my junior year. Dang, you got me thinking about it. I never thought about the timing. Yeah, it was after school ended, sometime around May, because I had my baby in February.
Okay.
So April,
And
May.
so by this
I
time,
feel like I got
y'all
pregnant
have
during
a
spring
blended
break
family.
because I remember I remember the situation with my mother where you asked me about rebellion. I was
Mhm.
a tomboy. I did not want to wear a dress, and she wanted me to wear like a skirt for Easter to church. And she tore me up. And I was like, I'm not wearing that skirt. I'm not wearing that. I'm not doing that. And she tore me up physically, like she got at me, Slim. And I was like, all right, cool. Just don't say nothing else to me after this.
Nothing
And I
else.
left with my little dude and
Uh-huh.
got pregnant.
All because you didn't want to wear a skirt.
And then
So, but at this time, there's like a year or two of blended family that's going on, right? Because she would have been already remarried for like a year or so. Do I got the
no.
time right?
So
No.
like I said, she was dealing with him. He was my mother boyfriend.
Okay, got
So
you. He's his
then
boyfriend.
that
Okay.
turned into, like I said, she left the crack house to go to the church house, and that sin time, like that whole shacking up thing was uncomfortable for her. So
He
he
had.
was
Didn't he have other kids though, right?
they were there
Okay.
too.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I met my stepsisters and brother.
Got you.
Um, my mother told me to come home because I was hanging out. Because, like I said, things were different. She was home, so she called me, told me come home, and I'm like, why? She said, because I'm about to go out and I need you to watch the kids. And when I get home and everything is what it is, she like, all right, come downstairs. I'm about to leave. I'm like, who is these? Who are these? Who
Oh.
are these? Who is this? What? Why I gotta watch his kids?
Mm,
Like, what's their names? Like,
right. At least give me their names, right?
yeah, like what
Mm,
who are they? But she did that thing that I know her to do. So it was just like
mm.
two
So
more.
the first time you meet them, you babysit them.
And I didn't even know their names.
Mm. And so this all feel different, it look different, even though, still a bit of structure, man there, but it still feel different, look different.
Nope. It looked the same. It felt the same.
Hmm.
It felt the same way as it felt when she had my little baby brother and dropped him in that basket in
Oh,
my
got
bed.
you. Right, right, right.
I was
Mm-hmm.
laying on the
Got
floor.
you.
When she came home, I said at my head, so let me break that down. When she came home from the hospital, I was stretched on the floor, just kind of like laying on the floor because I wanted to go to my girlfriend's skating party. It was a whole weekend. And she came home from the hospital with the baby in a little baby seat. I guess that's the word to say. The baby seat, the carrier seat.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Mm-hmm.
And she just put the baby on the floor in front of my head.
And that's when she went in the room for a
And she
week.
locked herself in the room for like a week.
And so
So
that kind of like felt like deja vu.
it felt like that all over again.
Mm.
But I had plenty of moments. Like I said, I kind of referenced her being in the room when I said that, she said I could go to my friend house to spend the night and go to church with them in the morning. Her being in the room. In the room is where they did drugs.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the smell and I remember what they were like afterwards.
Mm.
So that's what in the room is, as I referenced that. But my mother and my father had moments where they didn't come out the room and I was taking care of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, we hungry. I'm sorry to bang, but I'm banging on
Mm-hmm.
the door and knocking. Mommy, daddy, we hungry. So then it'd be
Yeah.
like, I just gotta go in there and cook something or make a sandwich or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm. Put something together. Mm-hmm.
when you have stay at home mom, she cooked dinner every day, but she didn't cook when she was in the room.
Right.
So it was like,
The room broke the tradition.
yeah, it's like we used to coming out when you call us in the house to come wash our hands so we could eat. So you like outside yelling our names. We come in the house, we put our bikes up, we wash our hands, and we sit at the table for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
We in the house, we watch the TV, we waiting now. Like what
Right.
what's
Mm-hmm.
up? Where's the food, lady? Are we going somewhere? Like, are we about to go out to eat? Like, what's happening? When we would go out to dinner time, we'd come in the house and they'd say, go put on the clothes I put on the bed. So we got to put on the dress clothes or whatever they got upstairs. Then we
Mhm.
about to go out to dinner. So we know that when y'all tell us to come in the house, we're not eating in here. We're about to go put on the clothes that you put upstairs,
Right.
and we're about to go out to dinner. So it was different when they were in the room. And the moments that my mother and my father did not take care of us or made me have to be the one in charge,
Right.
it happened early. So when she did it
Mhm.
again,
Again. Like you already knew what to do in spite of your feelings about it. You knew how to, you knew to fulfill that role. And so, okay, so is that something that continued to happen before you're pregnant? Was that like was that something that just kept happening where you now got to take care of these step kids of hers?
um, kinda, because when my mother and my stepfather or her boyfriend, who was, at the time, because they were not married all the time, they got married as I became a senior. So, like I said, when I became pregnant, um, he wasn't in the home with us yet. He
Got you.
was still her boyfriend. He was still present in places, but he wasn't at home with
Right.
us. At this time, I'm trying to think. I feel like my cousin on my father's side came and stayed with us and her kids. So it was a lot of us all the time. My
Mm-hmm.
cousin, she had 9 kids, but she was my father's age. So like
Okay.
she was my father's niece, but my father was the baby. So he
Okay.
was close to age with my cousin, and she had 9 children.
Not
So
children.
she's an adult, but she's younger than my dad, but she's my cousin. And
Mm-hmm.
she had 9 children, and I think at that time, like 6 of them lived with us.
Mm-hmm. So, but
So
I guess during this time, you got a dose of that blended family, right? This is
I'm,
probably like your first experience with that.
and
No?
that's what I was saying. Like I did have an opportunity to see what his kids, her kids look like.
Mm-hmm.
I did get an opportunity to see my kids, your kids. I got to see that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now you're pregnant. You move out.
Nope.
Um,
I'm
no?
pregnant. I'm pregnant. I have my baby, and I continue going to high school. I had one
Okay.
class, which was English full, because the principal at the time did not want me to go to night school. She wanted me to keep my GPA at the school. So whatever. I learned that early on. When you have a high GPA, you get money essentially because they can brag
Right.
about you on paper and all those good things. But
Mm-hmm.
I did not get the opportunity to go to night school, so I can get that one class. Because like I said, even when coming from Fletcher as a ninth grader, I came as a 10th grader. I had an 11th grade schedule at Anacostia because that's what high school I went to. Hello, Big Anna. But yeah, when um when I graduated, I only had one class, so that was English 4.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to homeroom for attendance, and then I would leave.
Okay.
Go take care of my I had a morning babysitter. I would take my daughter to school to the babysitter. I would go to homeroom and then I would go home, get myself together for the day, go to English 4, and then I would go take my baby to the night babysitter and I would go to work.
Mm, okay. So where?
So I
So
worked
how are
I
things with
worked
the
at
siblings at this time? Because now you got your priority.
when I got pregnant, I set my siblings down, my natural siblings. I set them all down, and I told them this was gonna be my last year doing stuff for them because now I'm about to have a baby. So I did like always did back to school. I did hair. I did field trips. I did weekend stuff. I funded a lot of things concerning my siblings because, like I said, I always had money. I was always working, and if I didn't do it, my boyfriend also helped. Because he loved my siblings because he was the only child. So he was like everybody loved him. They always, even when we broke up, they would still let him in the house. They didn't care. They just loved him so much because they got used to him and he loved them because he got to do big brother
That he
things with
wasn't able
them
to
that he
do.
never got to experience. Yep. So when I told them about it, they just didn't understand it, but they were really excited about being aunts
Mm-hmm.
and uncles. So yeah, they had a moment of transition from me to welcoming the new little family
Right.
member. But giving respect to your question, I did feel like my daughter was my baby.
Mhm.
She was my youngest. Whenever I would do anything, like even when I got my first car, I was like, "Oh yeah, my kids gonna have a good time in here." And my kids get all fit in here because they were so tiny. But he was like, "You got kids? What you said you got a daughter?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm talking about my sisters and brothers." You know, I always say that.
Kids.
But
Hmm.
now my kids is my children and my niece. So like I said, like, there was a distinction, but it's the vernacular is what I'm accustomed
Right.
to. I've
I say it's
always said my
always been that
kids.
way. Apparently, it sounds like. Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so your daughter's father, is that who you married? Okay.
No.
Okay.
I got a baby daddy.
Okay.
Yeah, he was my little high school. I guess you could say he was my high school sweetheart because we when we were dealing with each other, I was in high school, but he had graduated. I think he graduated in 97 and I came out in 99.
Okay.
So he was there, but he was only there for a short time because he had came from Eastern.
Okay.
He got put out of Eastern and came to his neighborhood school or that neighborhood school. He came to Anacostia. And that's how he, kind of like got acclimated with that with me.
Hmm.
Or that's how I saw him. But I met him in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So we never dealt with each other while he was in school. We dealt with each other while I was at Anacostia. And he was very, very present for my pregnancy. He was my boyfriend. So I loved him. We dealt with each other for a nice little amount of time. And people used to be like, y'all should have a kid. Y'all should have a child. I don't know why we listened to that. We were, we were that. We were that in the neighborhood. People used to call us, you know, we had a little nickname. I guess that's the best way to say it
Okay.
with respect to privacy and other people, But we was TNT. So my nickname is Tina and his nickname had a T.
Okay.
And our daughter's nickname is an N. So
A T.
TNT.
Okay.
And it was just like this big, cool thing because like I said, people loved us. They liked our little relationship. They all appreciated who I was to him and who he was to me. And then when we had a child, everybody just loved our child. And, it was just like one of those
They've been waiting for
little
that moment.
hood love
They was waiting
stories.
for that moment.
Yeah. And it got real, very, very real. Like even to the point of when we had the baby, I don't know if you remember, because I think you got a daughter that's around the same age as my daughter, 27.
Hmm.
When we had the baby, they used to do the pictures in the
Hmm.
hospital. And when they do the pictures at the hospital, you got to go pick it up from the
Hmm.
post office. So when he went to go pick the pictures up from the post office, he went around the entire neighborhood showing everybody the pictures. And I didn't even see him yet. So he's showing all the people in the neighborhood, all the aunties and all the people that seen us when we were, pregnant and young before the baby and doing it. He's just showing everybody our baby. And even when I was pregnant, the carry out on Good Hope Road is called Good Hope Seafood at that time. I don't know if it's still called that right now, but they were right. They loved us, man. Oh my God, they loved us. And they were like my pregnancy craving.
Okay.
Uh, so they would give me things, and when I would go get my food, they would like give me extra stuff. This is for the baby. This is for the baby. So when I had the baby, they showered
Oh
us.
wow.
They brought us gifts, and they gave me little, cute little toys for her, and they gave me little snacks and things for like, just things for the
Hmm.
baby and they showered us. So it was Southeast loved us and Southeast loved our baby.
It's
So
so funny because I hear the similarities. Like everybody loved your mom and dad, right? Like everybody loved that couple. Like that was that it couple that everybody kind of looked up to. And then somebody like here comes your smaller version relationship, right? Where everybody just loved
yep,
the dynamics of our relationship. Okay, it's the energy.
yep.
Okay, okay, okay.
But when you asked, did I marry him? No, I didn't. When we had the baby, like I said, maturity level had to kick
Mm-hmm.
in because it was different when it was me doing it with my siblings because again, I was a partner. I'm supplementing.
Mm-hmm.
But now, as mommy, I'm her mother. She needs me. I was so proud, April. I would not get on public assistance.
Mm,
I told you I was working. I worked hard. I worked and then I got off work and I did hair.
mm,
So I had money coming all the time. When I got pregnant, I stocked all my checks and I would check the dates and I would, make myself go put it in the bank. But I would never, ever, 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 ever touch my money. I was always just stacking, 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 stacking. And I did all types of stuff. Like I said, I would do hair, I was babysitting, but I was always making money like my dad. Even like my mother. My mother, I think maybe my, I think I was maybe in first grade and she started a daycare because
oh,
she was at home.
mm,
Like I said, she's a
that
stay at
makes
home
sense.
mom. So
Hmm.
yeah. I was always making money and never wanted to get on public assistance because I didn't want to be like those girls having a
Same
baby
here.
just for a check.
Hmm.
I was very proud and I never wanted my child to feel like she needed to wait for nothing.
Right.
I don't gotta wait to the first to get you nothing. You don't gotta wait for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I had a lot of pride and I made a lot of money. And I was very busy all of the time. Yeah,
Did that get in the way of the relationship?
never.
Mm,
Because he worked outside.
got you. Hmm. So essentially, y'all both
He worked
hustling,
outside.
and
Yeah.
yeah, okay, okay.
Went-
Hmm.
and that's how we even got pregnant. Like I gave him an ultimatum. Like, if you gonna do this, I'm not being with you. Because my
Hmm.
father got killed as an addict. I'm not
Hmm.
gonna be dating a dude selling drugs. Like, that's crazy. But I gave I gave him to April 15th.
Okay. Tax
I
time.
ain't know about tax time. I ain't know nothing about tax time. I gave him to April 15th and I got pregnant around that time.
Oh yeah, okay.
You're not going nowhere, sweetie. Pipe down. But yeah, I gave him tax time to walk away or leave me alone. And I couldn't even leave because I was pregnant. So
Right,
it was one of those situations where I loved him and I was sad, but that was what my mind was made up that I was going to have to break up with him because I don't want to be the girlfriend of a hustler.
right.
So I didn't want him to be going back and forth to jail or get killed. And we had a baby. So I was very stern about maturing, you
And
know,
he wasn't
when
ready. Is that what it was? He wasn't really ready for the transition?
he made a lot of excuses and I didn't feel comfortable with that. At the time, like I said, I saw my father getting money. I saw my mother making it happen. I don't like or understand at the time because I was a teenager. I didn't understand or know how to understand
Yeah,
excuses. I didn't see that. That's why I didn't feel comfortable
mm-hmm.
with it. And I felt like who I am and how I am, I didn't understand at the time. I was looking for ambition. I
Ah,
was looking for self-starting. I was looking for leadership. I didn't see that in him. So I was like,
yeah.
I got the baby and got my place. I got my own apartment. And he was like, oh, we move. I was like,
Not we.
buddy, you're not going
Mm.
anywhere. You didn't put in on this, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And so did it? So was that a smooth break? Did he like try to?
For me,
Yeah, for you.
oh no, no, it wasn't smooth for him. For me, it was because I knew what I
Yeah,
was
you made your
doing.
mind up. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to be one of those girls that have a dude live off her. Like, if I'm doing it, why you not?
But not only that, you didn't come from that. You know? Hmm.
So I didn't come from it. Yeah, I didn't listen. I didn't know how to, I
Do
don't
that and
know.
be that. Yeah, because you just.
That wasn't part of my makeup. I wasn't going to play with that. I wasn't going to pretend like that was going to be okay with me. So yeah, I had my daughter. I had bags of clothes and I had a bed and I had a little teeny tiny TV that I used to do hair. I bought it when I was doing hair, or I think I got it for Christmas or whatever. When I was doing hair, that would be the TV that I had my clients watching so that I could
Mm.
bang out their braids. But yeah, stuff came for me. To God be the glory. But every little thing that I needed came in time
Mhm.
because I was always working. I knew what I wanted and I knew what I didn't want,
Mhm.
and I did not wait for the
And you
things that I
refuse to
wanted. I went and
compromise, is
got
what I'm hearing. Hmm.
it. Yeah, so
So when
yeah.
did you meet your husband?
I met my husband in 2007.
Seven.
So
Okay.
I met him Father's Day
So
weekend,
your daughter's like
2007
what,
on a Friday.
8?
So my daughter at the time, she was 99. How old is she now?
I know.
Yeah.
My.
So yeah, 2007 she was 8. You were a smart lady. So yeah, she was 8. And I met him, and my daughter, that crazy girl, we were going out to lunch or something at the time. And she was old enough to talk and understand things. So she took her seatbelt off. She was like, she leaned over in the car. She was like, Mom, you should marry him.
Okay.
Put your seatbelt on. Sit down,
I
put
mean,
your
but how
seatbelt
much
on.
time y'all got in at this point? Like, how long have y'all even known each other at this point?
I don't know. It was
Okay.
months.
So
It
it
was
was
just a
still
few
fresh,
months.
and she like,
It was very fresh. But for some reason, my daughter took her seatbelt off, leaned on the
I'm
front seat,
envisioning that moment, right?
and she was like, you should marry him. And I looked back, put your seatbelt on. You worried about the wrong thing, my girl. But that's what she said.
Mm.
And she liked him. That's what she said out her mouth. I don't know why. She was literally, I don't even know if that was the first time she was meeting him.
Mhm.
I don't know where that came from, but that's what she said.
And then from there,
We got married in 9 months.
okay, she was feeling something.
We met
Okay.
and married. We met and married in nine
Hmm.
months. And like I said, at that time he had 5 children. He has 4 sons and a daughter.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, we met and got married in 9 months.
Hmm.
It was one of those situations where I felt like I told one of my girlfriends, I was like, oh yeah, he's starting to act like he comfortable. Da 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 da. I'm about to call one of my dudes, like pick it up a little bit. And my girlfriend was like, you've been being good for a long time. I was like, girl, I just met him in June. She said, yeah, you met him in June. I said, yeah, June. It was December. I was like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I've been dealing with this man for 6 months. I said, oh, you act like I got some sense. I ain't gonna do nothing. I said, I'm in a relationship. So I didn't even realize that I had been dealing with him that long to have even paid attention to the
Mm.
time and what we would. It was just beautiful. The things that
Mm.
we did together. He worked outside, but when I got off work, he got off work.
Okay.
So it worked.
Okay, so then I gotta ask you this. Okay. So the difference sounds like he was willing to be a homebody in spite of being outside. Because most time when you outside, they outside. Ain't they not homebodies at all? But if he got off at a certain time, because it sounded like he was trying to meet you home, right? And so is
No,
that what helped you compromise? Like the decision to
he
compromise?
was on a different level. He was on a different level.
Okay.
At the time, his words were, I sell more than a beach guy saying.
Okay. So he was that guy. Okay.
So he was on a different level. And if he did impede on my time, it was well worth it.
Okay.
So yeah, he not leaving for less than 500. So it's gonna be, hold up, baby. I gotta be right back.
Mm.
So wherever we're about to go, I'll be right back was the term.
Mm-hmm.
So I know what that means. He about to go get some money and it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get off work at 5 o'clock when I get off work,
Mm-hmm.
$500 in 5 minutes ain't no
And
problem.
so it feels different.
It was
Mhm.
different because I didn't want for anything. Not that I glorify the lifestyle because I still didn't want that
Mhm.
lifestyle. And he made me feel like he was at work like me. So it wasn't the lifestyle
It's
was
that's why I was saying it
filtered
kind
in
of
a
felt
way.
different. So I was like,
It was
he was out
filtered.
there, but not like your average guy that gotta be out there all.
He wasn't a duffel bag boy like that. He wasn't a corner boy like that. He was definitely outside, but it was different because of the way the amount of money that he moved
Right.
for. He worked and his people were like affluent. Everybody like if we would watch TV and the commercials and the lawyers and the those little you have a phone, you have a
Right.
lawyer, those commercials and all that. The people who would show the people,
Mhm.
those was his customers.
Uh,
And the people that was his customers were like business owners and corporate people. So it wasn't like he was hand to hand dealing with nickels and
right. And it
dimes.
sounds like your daughter's father, not to describe his style, what he
That
did, but
is, it
but
is.
you
It's
know what your
exactly that.
concern you expressed was living off of you. You didn't get that sense from him. He said like he was more.
He had to be outside to make a lot of money. You got to be outside from sun up to sundown. You're making money like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I was with my ex husband, all he needed was a
Mm-hmm.
phone, and
Mm-hmm.
he good. You only got he didn't even have to move. He'd be like, "Hey, it's right there."
Right.
Like
So it didn't demand so much of his attention, and it
not at
allowed him
all.
to
It
be
was
there for
very
you.
different.
Mm-hmm.
He was on another level. Things were very different, and at the time, when I got off work, he got off work. If anybody stood in the way of whatever we got going on, it would be a lot of money at that one small little moment. So instead of going straight to the restaurant for dinner, we're gonna stop real quick, 5 seconds, and then you know what I'm saying. We'll go wherever we're going, and the phone get cut off, and we good. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else is getting access
Mm-hmm.
to him because
So
it's
he said
my
he was.
time.
It sounded like he was able to make you a priority in spite of the lifestyle.
He definitely
Mm-hmm.
made me a priority despite his lifestyle. He was very family oriented because he was raised. His mother had her share of interactions with the street life because she was a single mother, but he was raised with his grandparents.
Okay.
He has a brother who was raised by his dad, um, but the mother, she experienced some hardship with drug interactions and just kind of having her own
Mm-hmm.
moments and how her downfall or her decline, I should say, because she came back. She gave her life to Christ and she became, great. She was a hairstylist as well. She had, a husband, or she had, men in her life, but her priority was different than raising children and being in a house with, that whole coming in the house every day. That wasn't her lifestyle. But she had that structure in place with her parents because they were able to raise
Right.
him and give him that stability and dinner and reading and it was a lot of things that he got the stability from his grandparents. So his what he wanted was the life that they had,
Mm-hmm. Which is
even
essentially a
to the
life
point
you
where
wanted because that's the life you had.
that's where I came from.
Mm-hmm.
So when even something like cooking dinner every day, my daughter, when I was raising my daughter, I cooked dinner every day. We were married, coming home from dinner. He's like, I can't wait to see my wife cook for dinner tonight. Like, we just came from dinner and you got a to go
Right.
plate.
Right.
What you mean? He was like, my wife cooked dinner every night. I'm like, but you got food. Like,
Right.
why
We
would I
just
go
ate
in there
dinner. You
and cook?
just paid for it.
Right. He was like, but my wife gotta cook dinner every night.
Mm.
I said, why you didn't tell me that before we got married? That your wife got to cook
Right.
every night. He said, because you always cook dinner
Anyway,
every
right.
night.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, we don't even take nothing out. He was like, I did take it out. Guess your wife cooking dinner tonight. So, like I said, who I was, where I came from, the love that I offered, and the things that I was accustomed to having as home life, they feel right in line with him.
Mm-hmm.
Our principles and our experiences gave place for one
Right.
another. There was a balance
Mm-hmm.
between the two of us.
So did his kids ever live in the home with you guys? Oh,
Uh-huh. Yeah. So, when we were dating, he was very active in his kids' lives, like football practices and things like that. He was always at something with the kids or something. And whenever I saw like where your kids at, like you ain't had your kids all week, and I've been with you, and we've been doing stuff with my daughter, but where
mm.
yours? He like, oh nah, my son doing this, and my little son doing that, and my daughter doing this, and da 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 da. I seen them, and I'm like, oh, all
Mm.
right, because I didn't play that whole you doing for my
Right.
child
And that's
and being so great with my kid, but not your own. He was very, very, very family oriented and paternally involved in every aspect of the kids' lives. Like even to the point where it gets touchy, like you said, it gets touchy, like with the kids' mothers, on the
you
phone.
said mothers, singular, plural. Okay.
Oh, it's a lot of them
Okay.
jokes. So yeah, he had 5 kids with 4 women.
Okay.
So yeah, he liked to touch
Yeah.
on them. So yeah, he had 5 kids with 4 women, and when they would, ask for things, he'd make it happen. Or like, I just gave you this. Why you ain't tell me everything that you need? Da, 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 da. So it would always be, that type of thing. But he was definitely a very present parent.
So did that ever become an issue for you guys as a couple with them having to call and I don't want to call them needy because they're the parent, but just because it sounds like that's kind of been that was their daily interaction, right? Because there's so many of them and they all need something at some time. Did that ever like become an interference with what y'all had going on?
Um, there were times where it interfered because it would be abrupt interaction of negative energy. Like if you talking to one of the kids' mothers and everything cool, and you say, okay, no problem, I send it, or I make sure you get it, or whatever the question is. Um, Birthdays, Christmas, hot, whatever it was. If it was them calling because they wanted something, if it was a negative interaction, it'd just be like a quick snap or hang up the phone, like, attitude. I'm like, what's wrong? Man, she da 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 da. I give it to her.
Mm-hmm.
So I will always be on the
Yeah.
side of the
Right.
mom. We are not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing the work. She's there 24 hours a day. If the kid's not with her, it's because she made arrangements for them to be somewhere else. She's raising the kids. What you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Give it to her. Do it. So he had it from me and from them. It was always, if she's asking you for something, give it to her. Don't let her have to ask you twice. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was how I handled those types of situations where it was an interference. Because I got to be honest, he was cheating with one of the mothers.
Mm-hmm.
He was back and forth with her,
This is why y'all
and
married at the time, or y'all still just dating?
we were married when he was cheating with her because I had put him out, and he went to her house and stayed with her.
Mm-hmm.
And while they were having their mommy daddy moments, I was doing whatever I wanted to do, as was he. It just so happens that I knew who he was with.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up reconciling because that adultery thing don't feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very heavy on me. But I can't say like a lot of people do when they experience infidelity, because I kind of got my lick back. I ain't feel the heaviness and the other woman whole thing. I ain't feel the same things that a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
feel because
Yeah.
you're Mr. I'm Mrs. You hear
Mm-hmm.
me? We in this together. So I didn't feel the weightiness of someone having what's mine. I felt like, no, for real, we got to stop. because if we're gonna be together, we gotta do it the right way. But if we're not, then you need to go ahead and be where you at and let me be where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, nah, let's go ahead, work this out. All right, cool. And we made an agreement that if we want to leave the merge, that we would go to marriage counseling. Then if we still want to leave, then we'll get a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of like had a good partnership type understanding between the two of us.
Okay. And so that worked out fairly for a good amount of time, you think? Where
I'm gonna say yeah,
okay,
because we were married 9 years.
okay.
To me, I don't know if that's a good thing or a long time or whatever, but we were married for 9 years. So during that time where we had our up and down, back and forth, like I said, the Holy Spirit made me stay in the merge when I wanted to go back to get my lick back again.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, that's not godly
Mm-hmm.
because you don't have an open marriage. Acts chapter 5, Aquila and Priscilla, you don't have to agree with your husband to do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can obey God and do what he tells you to do. You can still be in a, separated. Y'all, he could go do him, but that don't mean you gotta agree
Right.
and go do the same thing too.
Mm-hmm.
So it hurt real, real bad to have to just be a sucker.
Like
I
tolerate it.
guess that's how I felt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like you out there getting and riding the wave. Let me hang
Right,
10. You hear
right,
me?
right.
But at the same time, like I said, it was never about him. It was always about God.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to be obedient, even though it was uncomfortable for me, even though I didn't like it. And the kids was watching me.
Mm-hmm.
When I was ready to leave their dad, or like I called to my daughter, the father, because it was the father, the father. I didn't say your stepfather.
Right.
I said, go ask the father. So when I was ready to leave, I sat my kids down and I told them what was going to happen, and I wanted to know what I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
about, and I wanted to know how they felt about it. And we talked about it, and they told me how they felt, and I told them I'm not. If we do that, I'm still gonna be here for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still gonna love you. I'm still gonna be here if you need me. I'm still gonna come to your stuff. I'm still gonna be there if you ever need me. I will be there. But I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna be with your dad no more.
And how old are
So
the
we
boys
had
at this? They're all boys, right?
4 boys, 1 girl.
Okay.
At the time, the youngest one, his mom didn't want him around me.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really have too many interactions with him until literally like maybe about 4 years ago, because he's a senior in high school
Mm-hmm.
now. So at his game, I was at the game supporting my nephew, and the mom was looking at me like, you know how you feel somebody
Mm-hmm.
looking at you? I'm like, who are you? How are you looking at me, person? Turn around like, hey, how you doing? That type of thing. But it was different because he wasn't part of my life, but he was always in my heart.
Yes.
Because with him, the youngest one, I met him at 2 days old.
Oh.
So it was like one of those, they got pregnant in May, I met him in June.
Mm.
They had the baby in February, we got married in March.
Oh
So it was
wow.
like
Okay. Mm-hmm.
really stair step series of events.
Mm-hmm.
But I never, well, I guess I did. I'm about to say I never stepped on her toes, but I did because I was right
Technically.
out there. Yeah, but it wasn't that's something I knew about. He was dealing with her and then met me. And we were together all the time. And like I said, whatever he was doing, whenever he was doing it, when I get off work,
We
so
no
do
longer
you.
know.
So however the situation was going, it never made me feel like I had a problem or that I had any issues with anybody or that anybody had any issues with
Mm-hmm.
me. Everything was always when I get off work, hey, life.
And so the youngest one never really was around as much because she didn't want you to have any type of relationship with him.
Correct.
And so the old, how
That
old
was
was the oldest when you had this discussion with them? His old.
so, oh wow. At the time, the oldest one, 16.
Okay. So
He
let me
was
ask,
sixteen.
so between 16-year-old and your daughter, who I'm assuming will be somewhere
14.
around that age. Okay, 14. So
Mhm.
are they aware of what's going on in the marriage? Do they understand?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they are aware. So my children, so how do I say it? With respect to their their lives and their, they have their own experiences. They're the kids of this type of lifestyle.
Mhm.
So it's always gonna be great for them. So it's don't tell mommy, don't tell Tina, don't tell,
Mhm.
so they have a lot of things that they're privy to and experiences that they, kind of have had because of his lifestyle and the choices that he was making.
Mhm. So they were kind of pulled in
With
and caught in the middle at some point.
Yeah, so with respect to how he used to do things with women, with my stepchildren, like before I came into the picture, they would all get together to go over some girl house, and he'd
Mhm.
have them at the girl house because that would be his girlfriend and her kids playing with his kids, that type of thing. But it turned into my stepmother,
Mhm.
and we had the kids every weekend, every holiday, summer break, spring break, we got the kids. So we had a family structure whenever the kids were
Oh,
there.
mhm.
With respect, there were times where my kids and I did things, but we about to. I'm just telling my husband what we're about to do because that's my husband and he funded everything.
Mhm.
So whatever we doing, he still knows where we are, knows what's going on. But if he's not with us because it's just, that time, or I don't want to go, y'all go,
Mhm.
then we just doing stuff. But we always had the kids. Always.
So you actually had a genuine
And
relationship with them, and so during this
oh heck,
conversation, everyone's feeling the way because I'm sure they understand. Okay, that means things are going to be different.
my kids didn't care
Hmm.
that I was leaving their dad
Okay.
because they
Like you said,
knew
it was privy.
why I was doing
They were privy.
it. Yeah. They knew why I was doing it. And one of the things that my daughter was able to see was, though, like I said, just kind of having that balance of structure. All we gotta do is tell your boyfriend, and your boyfriend could just beat up the father. So it was like one of those situations where you don't have to be sad, mommy, because this person can
Right,
make
we can fix it.
the problem go away.
Hmm.
But her saying that didn't resonate in the moment that I'm saying I can get my mother's ex to beat up y'all father.
Hmm.
Those types of things. It just I could tell my daddy. I could tell my, I
Right,
could tell my that it's a something's wrong with my mother. Let me fix it. I
right,
know who could make this problem go away. Like I said, just that balance of security and protection that she's always had. And if somebody makes you sad, mommy, don't worry about it because all you got to do is just
right.
tell my
Hmm.
daddy, tell my, But like I said, just having the understanding that you don't have to be sad, mommy.
Hmm.
You won't have to be sad. All you gotta do is just tell my daddy. All you gotta do is just tell your ex. All you gotta do. But like I said, my kids had to see something different because of the situation and the way that I want to respect, and I wanted to still be obedient to God.
Hmm.
So it wasn't about me just going to go get another dude and just da 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 da. It was being separated, staying in the house, not committing adultery, getting my paperwork, and doing what I want to do.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
But yeah, they had to see me walk away from violence. They had to see me walk away from disrespect. They had to see me walk away from the hustler's turn to the user. They had to see me walk away from a situation that could have turned really, really bad.
Hmm.
Because it was bad, but it was isolated events. It wasn't continuous, whereas though it was
Open
always
all the
happening.
time. Okay. Hmm.
So them seeing me stand and firmly say no and choose them over retaliation and choosing home over those ain't my kids.
Mhm.
They never ever got to hear me say anything like that because I've never said it. Even to this day,
Mhm.
my kid, look, my kids, those are my babies. They have mothers. They have, well, let me say, they have another mother because they have my daughter's mother.
Mhm.
But my boys have a mother that is not me.
Right.
Somebody else gave birth to them.
Mhm.
My stepdaughter has a mother that's not me. My baby son has a mother that's not me.
Mhm.
They have mothers. So it's never felt like problems or drama. It
Mhm.
just felt like a family. So when it was time, like I said, to walk away from that, my children knew why I did it.
So, was there ever any issues between your daughter's father and your husband at the time, like in terms of just like crossing lines of respect in any way?
Yes. He was that way with everybody that I dealt with.
Um,
Anybody that came after him, he
and this
disrespected,
is your daughter's
except
father
for,
you're talking about.
yep,
Okay.
with my daughter's father. Anybody that I dealt with after him, he always tried to make them understand, like, yeah, that's my baby mother.
Mhm.
He would like, when I would walk past or drop the baby off, he always like pat me on the back or something
Um,
in front of the dude.
like she always
Or
mine. You got her, but she's yeah. Okay.
he'd say something in front of the guy. So he basically challenging his manhood or disrespecting him in front of other people. So it's like, how you gonna react,
All right.
you know? And I will always like check him and get at him, but it's like I can't do this in front of my dude
Right.
because then he gonna protect me and da da da. But it's he would always do something. But when I was with my husband, my ex-husband, because he's not my no more. But when I was with him, we were dropping my daughter off, and my ex-husband had bought me a car. So when I'm dropping my daughter off, when I get there, he don't know what this vehicle is, so he don't know who he looking for.
Mm.
But my daughter get out, Aisha, I love y'all, da, da, da. And my daughter's father said something, and my husband heard it. So he stopped the car. He's like, go back. He's like, hey, what you say? And I was like,
Uh oh.
gotcha. So, the situation turned from disrespect to I see you. I heard you.
Mhm.
Now I'm not that. And we're not doing that. And respect from that point forward was had.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
I introduced the two of them out of respect because we were getting married and I wanted my daughter's father to meet the man who's going to be around your
Right.
child.
Mhm.
And when they had their interaction, it was respectful, it was quick, but it happened because I don't play about somebody being around your kid
Mhm.
and you don't know who they are. So I'm getting married. This man is going to live with us. He's going to be in the home with us. You need to see him. You need to hear him. He needs to see you, and he needs to hear you. So yeah,
Mhm.
there was a mutual respect from that point forward because at the time, like I said, with my daughter's father saying what he said, and my boyfriend hearing him and checking him, and yeah, got one.
Mhm.
We're not doing what we always used to do. Things just felt different with my ex-husband, when I was dealing with my soon-to-be husband. So things felt different.
Mhm.
And my daughter's father responded differently.
Mhm.
But the respect that he had for me was always protective and you always gonna be mine type of thing. And the friendship from us being kids and then adults, or kids and parents and then
Right.
adults, it was just we always knew each other and we always had each other. So when things were different, it's just a matter of teaching him how to
Right.
respect me at this
Mhm.
level,
Mhm.
showing him how to respect this
Right. Like
situation,
having to make sure he's aware of the boundaries.
putting boundaries in place, enforcing them consistently. because he did not play about me. And whoo, yeah, he like even to the point like when I was my first apartment, when I was telling you I moved out, he would come with his friends. Like it'd be somebody outside, somebody in the hallway, and then him at the door,
Mm.
just listening.
So you
Cause
stalking.
it better not be nobody around. It better not be nobody around my kid. It better not be nobody around my daughter. So there were things and times where giving respect to our conversation, co-parenting was not necessarily smooth
Because that
sailing,
was gonna be my next
but
question. Like you got your daughter's father, then you got your husband who has four different mothers. Like how, like what was the turbulence like? You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
how was that? How were you? Because I get kind of, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of pressure is really on you, right? And so how were you able to navigate all that without it getting too messy, too sloppy?
I think the best way to say it is we had a partnership. My ex-husband and I were on the same page. If we getting the kids, we getting the kids. All that talking, we're not doing that. Because if you talking, keep the kids.
Mm.
If I'm getting the kids, we got the kids. With my daughter, you with your dad,
Mm.
respect your dad. When you come home, respect home. Even when my daughter went to go live with her dad,
Oh, okay.
that girl, yeah, it was about respect. She learned if I say this, my mother gonna always jump.
Mm.
She thought if she continued to say this, that her father would jump.
Mm. So was that
Nah,
a stage of the playing on emotions, like the emotion?
yeah, it was playing on the
Yeah.
parents. My mother is protective. My mother gonna always come if I call. So she thought if I tell my father that this man doing something,
Uh,
then he gonna come because he don't like him anyway.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
But when she was a kid, she was just a kid. She didn't want to be punished and she wanted to go outside and she wanted to have money, whatever it was. Nothing was happening to her because she was a daddy's girl.
mm-hmm,
She loved my ex-husband, but she didn't like when he told her, nah,
mm-hmm,
you punished. You can't go.
mm-hmm,
We're not doing this. So we had plans to go anywhere. If one of the kids get punished, none of us going.
mm.
And her thing is, shoot, I can go to my father's house.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's
But
what I meant when I say the playing on emotional strains, almost like
again,
understanding the
mm-hmm,
dynamics of each parent. So I know which button to press. I know exactly what to say because I know the reaction that I'll get to get the result I'm looking
yeah.
for.
My kids were spoiled. They were very spoiled. And with the family structure at home, it was me, my husband, and the kids. If he say no, it's no. But if I say no, it's 5 minutes, 1 hour,
Mm-hmm.
and then we about to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
And
well, don't ask me
they
that.
learned that.
So yeah, because like I said, if we all together, it's cool.
Right.
But if anybody gets in trouble and he say that they punished or they shut it down, we're not
Mm-hmm.
doing it. If I say it, like, all right, you heard that, you did here, fuss and say something, and then we be
Change them.
everybody at Dave and Buster's,
Mm-hmm.
everybody, we all outside having the time of our lives, taking the kids shopping or something, ice skating, whatever we doing.
So let me ask you this. So, because you mentioned a moment ago about how you and your husband at the time were on the same page, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was it evident that him and his kids' mothers were not on the same page? Was that an issue? Like, were they able to
As
play
far
on the parents at some point, as your daughter would at times, to kind of play them against each other, or kind of know what to say?
no, well, if they did, it wasn't something that I was
Okay.
privy to. We didn't have those types of issues.
Okay.
So, um, baby mother number one never had a problem with how I did anything, because the kids they loved me, they respected me, they like even when we first got married, you know how the kids make stuff for Mother's
Mm-hmm.
Day at school. He was like, "This for Tina." So she see him coming, getting out of school, and she like, "Oh, that's on my Mother's Day." He was like, "No, this for Tina."
Mhm.
So like it was even where that could have been hurtful
Mhm.
or probably was hurtful, it was still respectful. Like, okay, fine,
Yeah.
But it was respect
And
there.
that's baby mother
It was
one. That
never,
it was kind of y'all had a neutral respect. Okay.
yeah. Baby mama number two was kind of like friend zone, and they had a baby, so she felt a little closer to him and to his family.
Okay.
Whereas though there were boundaries in place when I was around him or around them, she wouldn't be there. And I don't know how that worked or went or whatever. I don't recall anybody ever saying, "Hey, if she coming, you need to go home,"
Right.
or any of those things. I never had that type of interaction where as though somebody was checking her or making her leave or any of those things. But I do know that they had a friendship and a
Mhm.
child. So they was cool with each other, and she had a level of intimacy with his mom and the household,
Okay.
but they also had a child, so they was
Yeah.
a little bit more than just friend
Mhm.
zoning. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But our first interaction was her coming to the house with something small because I was there. It's like you drove all the way in your car to come over here for a
Mhm.
toothbrush, and her words were, "Girl, sorry we had to meet like this." I'm
Mhm.
like, "I don't care," like whatever. But that was the interaction. It was always, like I said, just kind of, it was her there or it was me
Mhm.
there. There was never really too much of a need for us to have too many
Interaction.
run-ins or anything like that, because it was she had a level of comfort and time with them that I was new
Right.
to. So, and then the third baby mama number three, I didn't have too many interactions with her at all, because it was a situation where child support came into play, and he worked outside. So this dude, he's paternal, he's very familial, like he's doing everything for his kids. He got them all the time. Why you gonna go try to put the people in
Mhm.
there? So that situation turned into don't interact with them, da 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 da. And I'm like, what?
Mhm.
So it was kind of like anger,
Right.
but I never met her or talked to her or anything. I just kind of knew her if I saw
Throughout the
her and I
whole
heard her
duration of your
name.
marriage, you never met her? Wow. Okay.
I saw her and I know her
But you
name,
never.
and I saw the child, and I would always get very happy when I saw him, but he never like met me or said hi to me, or and I never like, "Hey, how are you?" I never had an interaction with him other than just like seeing him and like, I was always excited because it was at the field. He was at the field too with the kids.
Mhm.
When we're there with the kids for cheerleader practice or football practice or a game or something, he would be out there too.
Right.
So I would see him and I would see his mother, but I never interacted with her. I never
And
talked to
that's
her. I
the
never met
youngest
her.
boy, right? No.
No, that's baby mama number three.
Okay.
Baby mama number four, I interacted with her.
Okay.
We had a negative interaction because she didn't know that I existed. I guess that's the best way to say
Mm.
it. And when they were having their moments and times, everything was cool. And like I said, they got pregnant in May, met me in
Okay,
June.
that's that one.
We dealing with each other. Everything is cool. She had the baby in February. We got married in March. When we went to go get married and he went to go pick the baby up, and she saw the wedding ring on his finger,
Yeah. Mhm.
problem.
Mhm.
So I don't know what they were doing before, but I do know that that wedding ring caused a problem.
And so
So
was it a continuous problem after that?
yes, it
Like a lot of
was, but
animosity, you think?
it turned into us having the baby all the time to don't bring don't
Mhm.
have my son around her. So it was that.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, the negative energy concerning interactions with like Christmas or well, not even Christmas, just holidays where we get the kids. We used to having all of the kids, so now we don't have the baby. And then it turned into, a series of events outside of baby mama, baby father stuff to him. And then when I put him out or broke up with him or whatever, when I put him out, he went to go stay there.
That was baby mother 4 is where he.
That's baby mama number 4. He went to go stay there. And the interaction was, it was a nice little amount of time. It was a series of months because some familiarity started to happen, whereas though a little child saw the two of us after the reconciliation at church. And the little child was like, hey, you this and that person's father. Hi, Mr. That.
Mm.
And they saying, hi, Mr. Husband.
Mm.
And I'm looking like,
Mm.
okay. That's my stepson's little buddy from the neighborhood. They play together all the time. So he's familiar seeing my ex-husband because him and the mother was dealing with
Right.
each other. And he like, you not my friend mother,
Right. Mm-hmm.
but you my friend father, and I know you. So hi, Mistress You. So it turned into, like I said, a little bit of a discomfort for him, but I knew where he was and I knew the situation. It wasn't a problem because we were both very honest with each other during that time.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happens that it was other people that we were entertaining. And like I said, we decided to reconcile the marriage and got back together after infidelity.
Mm-hmm.
But the children still had love for him and me and the family that we had built and worked towards, and all those things were still in place.
Mm-hmm. So, what was the final straw? What was the deciding factor when you guys decided? Because I heard your process, and if it didn't work, y'all would do counseling, and if it didn't work after that, then y'all would agree to divorce. So, what was that?
We did marriage counseling. We did marriage counseling, and it turned into a situation where the conversations were evening out, so to speak. It wasn't necessarily us always receiving. It turned into us telling people, or the people that were counseling us, how to get over their hurdles. And I was just like,
One of those.
hi, cool. Yeah. So it seemed more like a group or a double date
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, but it was always had to get, restructured. The conversation always had to get restructured into, so how y'all doing?
Right.
What
To
y'all
get
gonna do?
back on y'all when that's probably supposed to be the
Yeah.
focus anyway.
So yeah, to me, we did what we said we were going to do. We kept our word to one another, but he never wanted to get a divorce. He would have never divorced me. It turned into a situation where it was just like, I don't know how you think I'm supposed to just be married to you, you over there with Shorty.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it
That's
was a
dead after you.
continuation of infidelity with that same mother.
Yeah, like we're not playing this game. And then I'm not comfortable having you feel like you could play with me like that. I'm not that. I'm not at all that. And everybody knows him because we married, and everybody knows me because we married. And people just keep coming telling me stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, we're not together anymore, guys. We're not together anymore, guys. I gotta keep telling people. So it's like I need to just go ahead and get the
Right.
divorce. You have to keep playing this game because that's, to me, is disrespectful. If you okay having a wife and a girlfriend, or a wife and a whoever that person is to you, I'm not okay. You turning your wife into a side piece or a concubine, I don't know. This didn't feel right to me. So bye.
Mm-hmm. So you filed for divorce.
Yeah, I was out of there. I filed on my anniversary.
Mm.
The day I got married is the day I filed for a divorce.
Wow. Okay. That was strategic.
Yeah. I mean, enough is enough.
Right. So now, are you single for
And
some time? Do you feel bitter? Are you withdrawn? Like, where are you as a woman after that experience?
I honestly felt like a little sheep
Hmm.
in tall grass.
Hmm.
But eventually somebody gonna have to come cut this grass and see that this sheep by herself.
Hmm.
That's how I felt. I felt like I was protected and covered
Mm.
because it was a man there. But then they're gonna be like, and why is all this grass all tall over here?
Right.
That sheep over there hiding. I felt like that. That's exactly how I felt.
Mm.
I was scared. I was nervous. I was mad. I was sad. But I felt very comfortable having my ex husband talk to me as I went through those moments.
Okay.
I would like call him and say, "Are you busy? Are you doing something?" Like, "No, baby, what's going on? I don't like the way this
Mm.
feels." Da 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 da. I used him as my go through buddy for the hard
Mm.
times. And even for men, when they were trying to, insist on interacting, I would give them his number.
Mm.
Like, "No, I'm coming out of a divorce. I'm not ready." Da 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 da. Da. And
So you're so
that
you're
whole
so you're going through such a rough patch. It's almost like the one that I mean, not to put everything on either party, but
yeah,
it's
it
almost like
is
the one
though.
that created the problem was somehow getting you through it.
Hmm.
Okay. And it never made room for reconciliation. Like it never rekindled the flame. It was just like a
I was over it. I was done.
you was over, but you just was
I
hurt.
meant-
And he was able to console you during that time. Is that what it was?
I think if I'm giving honesty to myself and the situation, we didn't have a wedding. It was just me and him. We
Mm-hmm.
eloped. So it was just me and him with everything. The life that we had, it was our life. It was his decision and my decision. It was his saying something and me agreeing. It was me suggesting something and him agreeing. It was us. So in those moments, while I did have my friends, I had my family, and I had, church members. I
Yeah.
still have a network, but they can't talk to me like I need at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I told my friends, I was like, all right, y'all, I'm about to get a divorce. I'm going through this. So if I call y'all in the middle of the night, pick up. So my friends knew to how to support me because I did tell them what I would need and how to have that, love in place for me if ever I needed it. But I also said, hey, ex-husband, this sucks,
Hmm. It's
you
very
know?
interesting.
Hmm. And I think, like I said, for me, I needed that. And that was I don't know how to say it, but that was we had an agreement. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We did what we said we were going to do.
And just to be clear, what's interesting is not weird or strange. It's interesting to hear that someone actually really had that experience. Because everything you just explained to me, it actually makes sense. Right? To me, you know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah,
just something you hear people
yeah.
do. You know what I'm saying? That's all that's why
Hmm.
that's why I was like, okay, that's interesting. Most people would like hate him, bash him, avoid him, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like you've caused this pain. I need you to heal me. Like be a part of
Right.
that process. Because
So
it
I
was more
didn't
than just
just
hurt, right? It was a
yeah.
relationship.
So
Mm-hmm.
when we were having our like hardest moments of, I guess I could say me having my hardest moment because his was different, and I'll tell you that in a second. So when I had my like hardest moments of just like I'm used to going home and cooking dinner, just when I get in the house, even if I forget for a second that I'm not going home to the husband, or not even the husband. Let me start over. So he would go home on his lunch break, whatever time that was, but it would be before I get there,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whatever time it was, he would always go home and take the meat out. You know what I'm saying? He'd take the meat out so that I know what I'm making for dinner. He'd take the trash out and, whatever. So that's what home life was like when I get off work.
Mm-hmm.
When I get home from work during this time, it's like The house looked just like how I left
Mm.
it, and I forgot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. The trash still sitting right
Mm.
there. There's no meat in the sink. It's no, hey babe, can you make this? It's no note saying I want this. It's just different.
Right.
So having those hard times, I felt those. I went through that. And then, like I said, though, there were hard moments where it's just like I can't even go to sleep
Mm.
because I'm used to having my husband, and it's just like, call him. You woke? What you
Mhm.
doing? This sucks.
Did he ever
You was
apologize to you?
He did plenty of times, and in anger before the actual divorce, he used to say, "You ain't gonna divorce me, no, because nobody gonna want you because you was married before. We just gonna get back. We gonna get back
Mm.
together." And I was like, "What?" That's why I started giving out his number when dudes would try to approach me. So that these are dudes that's wanting your wife or your ex, you know. But on the flip side, where I said I will give you his time, when we when the divorce was happening, he was staunchly against it, even to the point where paperwork, he didn't even want to sign stuff. He'd tell me, "You gotta give me something." The best way I could describe it, because the
Mm.
Lord, he wanted due benevolence
Mm.
for anything that I asked him
Mm.
for. Anything that I say, I need you to do this for the divorce or for anything, for paperwork, for splitting assets, anything that we had going on, you gotta get at me before I sign anything.
Mm.
I'm not giving you nothing. We're not even, don't even play with me like that. All
Mm.
right, cool. I ain't signing. All right, so I ain't doing it.
And so that just delayed the
And
process.
yes,
Mhm.
friend, yes.
Yeah.
But with all due respect, um, it made me understand how he is, because I've never seen that side of him. He was always my person. He was always my dude. He loved me and I loved him. So him telling me no and then demanding
Right.
that I get at him, it's like, is that how you deal with people?
Mm.
But it's like, nah, you're my wife. I, whenever I wanted, I could get that from you.
Mm.
And that's how he handled
I was gonna
things.
say it sounds like
But
that
when
was
we got
probably his
divorced,
process and how he dealt with
yeah.
his.
So when we got, and that's how I said, that was how he dealt with it. So he would call me. He'd be like, I miss my wife. I'm like, oh, where's she at? Man, stop playing. Can I come over? Like, now I'm about to leave. And I wouldn't. But I'm just saying that so you don't pop
Right.
up on me. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Or because when I say those things, when I would call him for my hard moments, it wasn't that I want to be with you or get
Right.
with me, or, it's just I want you to talk me through this hard
Hmm.
situation. But his is, nah, I need to see you. I need to get that. I need that. Yeah, baby, I need to see you. So nah, it was never, I had boundaries in place. And even though we were in a gray area, it was still a little bit of a picket fence
Right.
somewhere.
Right.
Something had to be different from than, the love and the mutual, coming together. Because like I said, I used him as my go-through buddy for the divorce.
Hmm.
But when we were officially divorced, we had what they call a waiver of appeal, meaning that the absolute divorce happened the day that the judge signed the
Okay.
paperwork.
Hmm.
It wasn't no 30-day waiting. So we had the divorce decree and a waiver of appeal. So we had two or three documents, but essentially it was a final divorce that day.
Hmm.
And I wasn't talking to him. He didn't come to court, and he had an attitude, which I understood, but I didn't understand, like, why you acting like we didn't already had this conversation. Like, what's up? Cool. So after court, I text message him the picture of the
Mm.
paperwork so he can know it's official. And I thought that was respectful because he
Considering,
didn't come to
yeah.
court.
Hmm.
Yeah. So he had an attitude. He was so upset at
He
me.
figured his actions would further delay it again.
He said, "You text message me divorce papers?" I said, "You right. That's rude. I'm sorry. I'm about to email it to you." And I hung up. So I sent it as attachments on the email. You out here doing whatever you want to do. Like, you thought I'm supposed to just,
Continue to
nah,
tolerate
we're not
it.
playing
And
that.
so did you essentially feel free, relieved?
Yes. I felt like the the how do I say it? The day when it was like time to make it happen, I felt like a chain popped.
Mm,
I like heard it, April. I heard it. It was like a chain pop, and something removed a blank a blockage for the
mm,
sun. I felt like the sun shined brighter, the clouds looked fluffier,
mm,
and the blue was way more beautiful in the sky.
mm.
And I couldn't see the sky before. Like I felt like, wow, hi, sky.
Right. Where have you been? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I felt very, very free. I felt like I heard a chain pop, and I remember the moment. And when I closed my eyes because I heard it, and like, what's that? I saw the sky,
Mm-hmm.
and it was not even nighttime. I mean, daytime. It was night. It was nighttime. But it was a finality. It was a closure. It was a end. It was a release, and I needed it.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't going because God gives letters of divorcement for disbelief and adultery, but it was the adultery. It was a female answering the phone, and I know how my ex-husband was with anything and anybody. It don't matter what's going on. Don't nobody touch that phone when you see Christina on it.
Mm-hmm.
You do not touch it. And if he pick up that phone, he say, "God, this my wife." Everybody on mute like
Mm-hmm.
Beyonce say. You hear me? Quiet. Don't make no
But now she
noise.
answering the phone.
Somebody's answering the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And she said to me, "Hello." Like she picking up his phone, like probably think I'm a worker. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a client or something. So I'm like, okay, so you don't know my name.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know me. So I'm like, okay, this is work phone. Cause it's his phone going to voicemail. So it must be either dead or it's off. Or maybe he blocked me while he was shorty. I don't know. But the work phone, she answered it for Christina.
Mm-hmm.
So she don't know me. Or Tina, whatever it said. So she don't know me. So I'm like, where's my husband? He sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So you know me. So then I got real southeast and I said some words. And I was like, put my husband on the phone. Like that or whatever. She put the phone, I guess, up to his chest or ear or whatever is that, because I just heard him snoring. I was like, oh, you really sleep. And it was like, ping,
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah.
I felt like it was broad daylight outside, like it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, not even high noon, very afternoon. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Like it felt so freeing for that lady to put that phone on his chest and for him to be sleeping in her bed because he was not at home with me.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, all right
That
now.
just helps solidify your decision. Like,
I was good and done.
mm-hmm.
Like they said, a nail in a coffin. That was it for me. That was the breaking point That was the last straw. That was the straw that broke the camel back. All
All
the
of
things
those.
that people say
Hmm.
to end it right there. Yep. Thank you.
So was there a point in time where you see the kids are affected by this in any way? Or are you able to even see them to know?
Yes. My children became protective of me.
Because they were
His
siding with you
children and
anyway, right? Because they
yeah.
knew it.
So when a moment happened where he called himself coming around, he was talking hard to me. He was really talking very hard and harsh and just kind of like barking at me instead of talking. And traditionally, when we have arguments or fights, we don't talk like that around the kids.
Mm.
We just say we gotta say, or silent treatment. We just kind of fight on our own, but we never let it
You know.
be where the
Right.
kids can hear us. It never was something that we did around our children. But it was over for him or me or whatever it was because he was talking very nasty. And my kids, I sent them in the back. I was like, y'all go in the room. Sent them to the back. And I was like, what's up? Like, why you talking? Who you think you're talking to? Da, 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 da. And we just going back and forth now. Normally, when we have interaction like that, my ex-husband, he's not one of the people that argues with a woman. He's not going to talk at you like da 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 ba 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 dee, 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 dee. He don't communicate like that, or he didn't at the time. He didn't communicate like that where we're gonna bicker and argue.
Mm.
It's what you said, you know what you did. I know what I said, I know what I did. You wrong. Here's what you did and why you did it. Like we're not gonna be doing all that. But he was going back, like he just wanted to argue with me.
Mm.
And I'm thinking like, go to the room, kids. What's up? Da, 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 beep, beep, beep. And we had our argument. And my kids hearing this, and they came out. They didn't even hear me talking back. I couldn't argue. No, I was over it. It's like I couldn't fight no more. And my kids fought for me.
Mm.
And like I said, my children going against the dad,
Mm.
because it was my daughter and his son.
Mm.
So I can't even say my daughter or my kids,
Mm.
arguing at him and protecting me. It's not even his kids going against it. It's our children defending me.
Mm.
But now I gotta protect my children. So I'm like, get out. Da, 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 da. Don't worry about coming back. Go, 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 go. So, I'm protecting my children now. Because you trying to check my kids and think you're going to discipline my children for protecting me. Nah,
Mm.
I'm protecting my kids. You leave. You got to go.
Mm.
It was over.
So did it ever get to a point where it was like some mutual respect? Like was the maturity factor ever developed where he was able to fully accept that you guys aren't going to be together and he'll just be a friend? Or
No,
no?
never.
Wow.
To this day, to this very day, and I know this is like you say it's going to get kind of touchy, touchy. To this day, if he's allowed to know where I am, he will do everything in his power to be here.
Mm.
Everything in his power to just be around me or have access to me.
Mm.
It's like that's my wife. That's my wife.
Mm.
When I went to my son game and he saw me for the very first time.
After how long you think?
How long was
Mm-hmm.
that, you
Like how
mean?
long had he
From
been?
the divorce to that? COVID. So COVID happened. COVID ended in like what,
Mm-hmm.
21?
Well, something like that. Kind of
Yeah.
left, came back, left, came back.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. So when they shut the world down and everybody was on quarantine, I guess it opened back up in
Mm-hmm.
2021. So in 2021, no. I skipped something. During COVID, he had hit a rocky road,
Okay.
but he was doing good and he was kind of getting a lot of backlash. So I had him come stay with me for a little while. Nothing getting back together while just
Mm-hmm.
friends. I was like, man, get your stuff. Come on. You can come. I said, go get your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I had him come stay with me for a little while, cause so he could just
Get
be
himself
somewhere
okay.
else.
Was that
He was
substance
doing
abuse
good
time? Because I know you mentioned something about
after substance
okay.
abuse time. So he was working a job now. He wasn't outside no more. He was working a job and he was doing good. But the little individual, the young lady, I don't want to disrespect nobody, but the young lady he had been staying with or dealing with at the time was just really ragging on him. And I asked him, I said, "Are you cheating on her?" He was like, "Nah, I do this, I do that." And he was telling me all this stuff that he's doing. He's literally taking care of the home, he's paying the bills, and he's taking care of her kids.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "So why you let her talk to you like that? Like,
Right.
what's going on that she feels okay talking to you that way? Like, what are you doing?" You know, I will always be on the side of his female because, you know, you a dude. I know you did something dirty because you did that to me. You know, I know your nature. And he was like, saying, "I'm not doing nothing. I'm tired. All I do is go to work. When I come home, I gotta clean up, I gotta cook." And I was like, "Your wife." You know, I was teasing him. I was laughing at him, you know, because I'm like, when it was me and you was out here doing dirt, I was all those things, and you still wanted to get at me, and you still expected me to perform and smile at everybody and be your beautiful wife, but you was dogging me, you know, and I laughed at him. I laughed at him hard too, April. I laughed hard. 'Cause it was like, you got all this stuff back on you
Yeah.
that you did to me. But it wasn't even about me tit for tatting him. It was about the situation that he was experiencing and how, to me, in my mind, you could be doing that stuff for your kids or with your children.
Mm-hmm.
The kids don't even bang with you. And here you go trying to make a life with somebody you don't even, I don't want to say he don't like her because I don't know her and I don't even know the situation for real. But he was exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
And the person that I knew wasn't there anymore. He was like a shell of himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, go get yours. Come on, let's go get your stuff. Cause you're here talking to me. You exhausted. You know, you treating me like a therapist at this point. And I'm telling you, like, I'm laughing because you know, we friends. I can laugh at you, but you a shell of yourself. Like you
Yeah, like what
falling.
happened? What's
You
going on? Mm.
yeah. So I was like, man, go get your stuff. Come
Are
on.
any
Go
kids
get your stuff.
home at this time? Or you okay.
Yeah. So the kids are home and they're over 18 now. Feel like that's right. All of the kids are over 18. Well, not all of them because the youngest one just turned 18. But at this time, my children are older. They're old enough. And COVID is happening. So all of them are out of school. So they're of legal age. But the at home at the time were our daughters, mine and
Oh,
his, the only girls. And at the time, they're both adults. My daughter, like I said, she loved him. She's a daddy's girl. She's happy that he's there.
mm,
His daughter is looking like, "You've been gone all in and out of jail all my life. You've been in and out of, you know, whatever. I'm used to it."
mm. So she's probably a little more resentful.
She's understanding how this happens, and it's not something that's unusual
Right.
for her
She's
because
not
she's
surprised.
always had her father being
Mhm.
in and out. Yeah. And I don't even know if he's ever like lived with her when she was old enough to remember. I feel like when him and her mother were together, that she was, you know, they were in the home, but I think she was still
Okay.
smaller, like toddler
Okay.
age. Like, you know, kindergarten, first grade, you know, she was not first grade, but kindergarten daycare type. She
Mhm.
was smaller, but that's still her daddy. And I
Right.
know she loved him, or at the time, she loved him and had some type of love in her heart where she could remember her dad being home. But like I said, I don't know the timeline because I wasn't
Right.
there. But as far as her being old enough to remember and recall and have her own life and draw her own relationship, he was in and out of jail a
Mm.
lot. He did like petty times for this and petty time for that, but he was in and out of jail a lot. And then when he would be home and they would have time, like I said, it would be, I'm getting my kids and then I'm gonna drop them off over a girl house.
Mhm.
So the structure and the family structure and the stability came when I came into the
Mhm.
picture. It was. you're not gonna be a deadbeat dad or a baby father to I don't even know how the people do that. Where they date a dude that don't have a
With their
relationship
own
with their own
kids.
kids.
Yet
That
following
was
yours.
never it was never gonna be a factor in how I interacted with a dude. Forget being a stepmother or his wife or girlfriend.
Mhm.
If you have children, I needed to see you fathering your children.
Right.
You
Consistently.
I'm automatically a package deal because I'm a mom. So
Right.
I need to know how you are with children. I need to see how you interacting. What's a priority for you, and how important are you? How important is it to make decisions for your children, and how do they respect? I needed to see all of that. So that's who he was. That's what we did. So him being a shell of himself and having these interactions, and then he told me that like the kids even was getting smart with him,
Mhm.
children in the house getting smart with him.
Losing respect, it sounds like. Hmm.
You are a who are you? That ain't that the person that he was and the things that he was saying, it could you could laugh. I mean, I could laugh because I was his ex-wife. I knew where he came from and how he did me. So it's like life kicking your butt, Slim.
Hmm.
But it wasn't time for that. It wasn't even time for me to say, I told you so, or that's
Right,
what you
because it
get.
was a bit of concern there. Hmm.
It hurt me to see the person that I once fell in love with be a shell. You like a shell. Like this is like weird.
Hmm.
And it ain't even that I don't even know how I don't know. Even the person that's you could think of as your worst enemy hurting you
Right.
and having retaliate. I don't know. None of what I thought I could feel in the moment with the aha and just minding my business. None of that was
Right.
there. It was like, Tina, this man needs some help. This man needs somebody. This man needs something. Like something ain't right.
So how long does it stay with
So
you when it comes?
it wasn't long. It was just a series of months.
Okay.
Maybe about three
So did
months.
he ever like fully regain himself, or was it?
He regained himself too much.
Okay.
He thought that we was getting back
Oh,
together
I'm sure.
because he asked me. I'm sorry, I'm cold. I'm talking from Southeast for real. But he said he was like, "So are we getting back together?" And I laughed so hard. And I was just like, "Are you serious?" He was like, "Yeah, like
Like I thought
what we
that's what we
doing?"
was doing, right?
And I was like, "What? I would never look at you the same. I would never
Mhm.
deal with you like that again." And then he started reminiscing and saying all these things about this don't happen when you see me, this don't happen. And I was like, "That's when I was your wife."
Mhm.
I said, "You blew that." Like, and I laughed hard again. I just kept laughing hard. Cause who you talking to? Boy, get out of
Right.
my
He forgot.
face. I'm a,
Hmm.
I'm being House of Roof. You know what I mean? So others might the shelter YMCA or something. Boy, you better clock in, clock out, log in, log out.
Right.
Like this is the shelter. I don't like you.
Sound like you.
I don't. I didn't like him. I didn't even think about him like
Right.
that. We was friends and that was it. Like what? No, boy. But like I said, the the way that he is to this day, when I was at my son's game, he was able to have access to me. So I guess that was from 2021 up until 2025. That was last year, 2025. So that 4 years, he hadn't seen me, talked to me, or nothing. And then it was just like, oh, look at my wife. You so beautiful. You so pretty. I said, I'm not your wife.
Number one.
He was like, I can't touch you. I'm like, nah, you can't touch me. Dang, what I do to you? Why I can't touch you?
Mm.
Like, you good? What's up? How you doing? I'm just like, choo, choo, choo.
So, but do you have
But
your? Hold on. You birthed the son, right?
no,
No. Okay, so this is another relationship for the youngest, or
this
was
is
this
the
his
baby.
youngest?
This is the youngest one that the mother said,
Got
keep
you.
me away from
Okay,
her.
okay, okay. I'm trying to keep up. Okay, got you, got you, got you. Okay,
So
okay, okay.
yeah. So like I said, I met back or we got
Right, you got to
reconnected
reacclimate with
his
him.
his when he was in high school. When he first his freshman year of high school, he was playing JV football. He and I got reconnected because I was going to his football game, but I was there to support my nephew.
Right. I remember. Okay.
I didn't know he was going to that school or any of those things. I was there to support my nephew, and it just so happens that mom was there, and she was looking like, and I'm like, who's looking at me? Like I felt this like heat looking at me, and I'm looking around, and then I see her looking at me, and I'm like, hey, shit, what you doing here? And I'm like, my nephew, what you doing here?
Right.
He go here, and I'm like, oh wow, he in high school now. Jesus Christ, you know. So that whole thing, that's how we got back connected.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I guess that's the best way to say it. And to this day, he that's we're rebuilding. I guess that's the best way to say
Mm-hmm.
it. Or we're building on the love I've always had for him, but he's learning me for himself.
Mm-hmm. Outside of his
Like,
parents. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And it's really touching to me because he has a nickname in our family. I won't say it because, I
Mm-hmm.
respect, but he's only referred to as his nickname in the
Mm-hmm.
family, my blood family, and in our family, the kids and
Mm-hmm.
I. He has a nickname. So when we had family day, he was here, he was with us, and my family looking like, hey, who is this guy? And I'm, like, that's, his real name. I'm like, oh, how you doing, real name? And then I'm like, no, family, this is nickname. And they're like, oh my God. And everybody's warm, welcoming, and hugging. And they're just like, oh my, everybody's so excited to see him back with
Mm-hmm.
us because I had him, he was 2 days
Right.
old.
Mm-hmm.
Am I saying that right? No, 4 days old. I
Okay.
apologize. He was 4 days old. He was in the hospital for 2 days. He went home from the hospital. The third day, he cried all day. The fourth day, mom woke up and said, hey, baby daddy, meet me at Children's. They went to Children's for hours. And my ex husband was like, well, he at the time was my boyfriend. He was like, man, get my son. He took the baby bag, car seat, and he brought the baby to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking like, oh, Lord. I hear the baby crying real, real hard. They're getting closer to me. I hear the baby crying real, real hard. The noise is getting louder. And I'm looking at this man hold this teeny baby, 4 days old now. I'm watching this man hold this teeny baby that's screaming and hollering so bad. And I'm like, oh my God. But my motherly instincts
Get
just
right
kicked
in.
in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I said, give me the baby. So he gave me the baby. And the baby felt like a football, April.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, I'm burping him and I'm patting his back and I'm getting all the bubbles out. He pooting in my hand, burping, pooting and burp. His cry just going down. Now, mind you, he crying so hard, he hoarse.
Mm-hmm.
He like, he screaming and he hollering, but no more voice coming
Mm-hmm.
out. He hoarse. So I'm like, oh my God. But I'm feeling it, and I'm feeling him pooping in my hand, and not pooping,
Mm-hmm.
pooting in my hand and burping. And I'm, oh, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm just, lulling him and burping him at the same time. And I'm squeezing all these bubbles out this baby. And I get him quiet and he lean his little head up and he look at me and he lay his head on my chest. And I was like, uh-oh. Get your baby. He was like, nah, that's your baby. I'm like, he need to be with his mother. Get your son. Like, stop playing with me. We're not gonna play this game. We're not doing that. This lady needs to be with her baby, and she need to have this baby. Well, she can't be here. You daddy. Get this baby. Cause that little moment right there,
Yeah.
that was special to
Yeah,
me.
that was
But he
attachment.
needs another.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it for me. 4 days. That baby, them eyes been in my head ever since.
Mm-hmm.
That baby, that's who I see. This 18-year-old
Right.
old boy looking at me, that I remember that I will
Right.
never forget that.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I still respected mom.
Right.
I didn't try to erase who she is or what she stands for, the moments that they shared as parents, or none of that. I never did any of those things. I just, wherever there's a space and a need for me to help or be or
And
do,
you will
because
feel
it's my
that.
dude,
Mm-hmm.
I'm in it. Whatever it requires for these kids to have happiness, peace, joy, safety, whatever it was, I
Mm,
did that. That's my dude. These my kids. I married a man with children. This comes along with the
mhm,
territory. He married a woman with a child. This is what comes along with his
mhm.
territory. Like it's what it is.
Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
Have you, because everyone's 20 something, right? Aside from the
Yeah.
18-year-old.
The baby, yeah, he 18.
Um, so have they ever confided in you, or maybe you've seen something about their dating life that might have been picked up because of this whole co-parenting, two household possibly three household, right? At times, situation, you seen the repercussions of that, or some residue of some kind?
So with my daughters, I watch who they date. I see how they date, and I look at the characteristics of their dad and see who they chose. Like, how
Mm-hmm.
did you choose your dad? With my daughter, I say, did you choose your dad or did you choose your stepfather?
Mm-hmm.
I always pay attention to how, like, which one of these guys has the most influence in how she chooses her dude. She's not married yet, so I don't know essentially her type because she's young. So I'm not like telling her to do anything. I'm just kind of like watching
Observing,
and feeling,
right? Mm-hmm.
yeah, how she dates and the type of guys that she dates. But I'm just essentially just watching her. And with my oldest, she has a child.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy she chose to date and who have a baby by, I watch his personality and I look for like ways of how their interactions go along with what I
Mm-hmm.
know from her dad. And I just was like, man, this is different
Mm-hmm.
because he has other children before my grandson.
Okay.
And I was just like, I got angry because now I'm just like, you need to be in your daughter's life so she can have, because I want I want there to be a better type of love
Mm-hmm.
from the dad to the daughter so that the baby daddy and the baby mother dynamic is better,
Right. Mm-hmm.
you know. So in my head and my heart, I'm like, be a better father to your daughter. She grown. Ain't no more raising.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I can't, and I also can't make their
At
relationship
all.
happen
Yeah.
anymore.
At all.
So
Mm-hmm.
I just, like I said, I just have to, I'm watching. So
What
yeah,
about the
there were
boys? Have you noticed
situations.
anything in the boys? How they interact
Oh,
with women?
with my boys, with my boys, um, my oldest son, he okay. So with my oldest
Mm-hmm.
son, the way that he loves, I had to tell him, I was like, hey, when you introduce her to me, I need you to hear me say, she's looking at it so that you are making her permanent. You can't just bring every person that you like to me for me to say, hey, Tina, is she the one?
Uh,
Because if you bring her to me, she already feels like she
right.
is.
That very invitation too, before anything.
So I had to make my oldest son understand that when he introduces his females to me or whoever he wants to introduce to me, that I'm after you decided she's who you want to be
Got
with.
you. Not.
I'm not going
Mm-hmm.
to say, yes, you can date her or no, you can date her because in her mind, when you bring her to me, she already your girl because you don't introduce her to your mom
Mm-hmm.
or your stepmother, whatever. So that's how that love went with my oldest son. My I say my baby because that's who he was until the youngest one got back in the picture. But my baby son is the middle son.
Mm-hmm.
So if you hear me say my baby son, the baby is the youngest, but my baby,
He's middle.
my kids, they say he's my favorite child. So please forgive me. If you see this, sorry kids. But they say that he my favorite. So with my baby, he he's very much like his dad.
Mm.
So woo, all them ladies that he could make happy and have their way to Osma Chevrolet, he know not to bring nobody to me
Mm.
until it's official or in his situation when she had the baby.
Mm.
So he gave me my very first grandchild, which is my granddaughter.
Okay.
So he is That's my baby. Um, so my youngest son became a parent first. He gave me my granddaughter, and then the oldest two, girl and boy,
Mm-hmm.
of my stepchildren, which is my oldest son and my stepdaughter.
Mm-hmm.
They became parents the same year, months apart.
Okay.
My kids are mine. Those are my babies. I had dreams about fish with all of my grandkids. So you know how they say you dream about
Mm-hmm.
fish? They say Big Mama dreamed about fish. I had to dream about fish with all of my grandkids. And each and every one of them are here. So it was just like the love is undeniable with my children, the bond unbreakable with my children. We had situations, circumstances that, came from all the way on the outside that affected how we, you know, love, but it didn't stop me from having love.
Right. Okay.
It just stopped me
Mm-hmm.
from doing things so much. It was kind of like some gossip
Mm-hmm.
going around, where as though somebody connected to one of the mothers had made a comment to me, "Don't nobody mess with you for real. You just a babysitter."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "What? Where that come from?"
Mm-hmm.
My kids ain't never played about me, and I don't never play about my kids. So for you to say something like that, you got that from somewhere.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I know you cool with the mom, and I know you cool with them, and you got some weight with you. You carry some weight in their lives. So whatever made you feel comfortable in saying that, nothing that we've ever dealt with or the love that you seen me have for these kids made you hold that in.
Right. Exactly.
Something made you say that. So it turned into how I show up for my grandkids, and my kids grown now.
Right.
It showed it kind of made me pull back on doing things, because I feel like if somebody close to you could fix their mouth to say that to
Mm-hmm.
me, somebody made them feel
That's
comfortable enough
because
to
I
say
can't.
that.
Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
If my children acted and said the same thing at all times, how your people feel okay coming out their mouth
Mm-hmm.
about me like that, calling me just a babysitter? Don't nobody bang with me. They didn't say that word.
Right.
They said the big bad wolf word. You know what I'm saying? But they don't nobody bang with me. I'm just a babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
So that made me feel like, what's up? Where that come from? Who made you feel okay to say that to me?
Right.
So I kind of like just kind of I started doing things a little bit
Mm-hmm.
differently because of the way that
Made you
discomfort
feel
made it feel to me. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to feel
right.
that. Even if somebody hate me, my work and my love speak for itself. I've officially been, in their lives now. It's what, 2026. I've been in their life for 18 years. Oh no, 19 years.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
2027, 2007.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been in their life for 19 years. In 19 years, I didn't ever disrespect those kids. I've always given, shown up, supported, sacrificed, hurt myself, given when I didn't
Right.
have, dealing with negativity, you know what I'm saying, and drama from baby mamas. Like, it was so much stuff that for somebody to say all I am is a babysitter,
Yeah, that's hurtful.
to
Mm-hmm.
me, I was like, oh yeah,
Have you ever experienced
that's
with any of them, especially as they've gotten older, where they felt kind of like pressure to treat you different because of maybe some backlash or something they got to deal when they get home, whenever they leave your household, and because they
no,
no, okay, that's good, okay,
mm,
okay,
nope.
no, no, they
Their
nobody
dad,
ever went no contact with you because of mommy. Good for you. Mm-hmm.
no, when my baby, when we went through the divorce, he was still living with me.
Mm-hmm.
Or when we first started the divorce, I guess that's the best way to say. When were separated and officially divorced, my son was living with me. My baby son was living with me, and his mother found out, and she was like, "Hold up, if you not there, what my son did?" She's like, "What? He good. That's where he live at. Da 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 da. Don't mess up. Don't mess up that boy. Da 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 da." But her whole thing was like, "Nah, Slim, get my son," and I get
Right.
that, 100% respect. But my baby told me, he was like, "Mom, I just got a phone call. They're trying to tell me they're sending an Uber to come pick me up. I'm not getting in no Uber.
Mm.
I said, hold on. What you mean? What's going on? Can you call my father, please? So now I'm trying to figure out what's happening because nobody's talking to
Right.
me. And I get it. Her whole thing is, you not my son father. You his ex-wife.
Right.
And forget that I'm his stepmother. Forget that he's been here with me. But that ain't her thing.
Right.
Her whole thing is, when he with you, he's with his
Right.
father. If his father not
You
there,
don't need
he
to
don't
be
need to
there.
be there. And
Mm.
I get it. But my son put his stuff in the car and sent the Uber to the address. He didn't even get in it. So that caused a problem. And she came and got him. And I was like, hey, she was like, it's nothing against you. It's just if he not here, da, da, da. And I'm like, okay, fine, no problem. So my son was like, Mom, I'm coming back. I'm running away.
Mm.
And I'm looking like, boy, go with your mother.
Mm.
Because now to your point, where it could have been no contact, it's the
Right.
opposite. He going hard for me.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
she came and got him, and he ran away.
Mm.
And he came back to me. And I was just like, listen here, you always welcome wherever I'm at. I love you, and I'm never going to tell you can't be where I'm at. But you have to do what your mother and your
Yes.
father want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So now I got to tell my son. I got to tell my son. I got to tell my son, do what your... Hold on one
Mm-hmm.
second, because I got to hit this mic fast. How do I mute it real quick?
It should be right on your... Yeah.
Sorry about
Mm-hmm.
that. But yeah, I got to tell my son to go against, whatever love and the bond that we have, so that he could be respectful and
Mm-hmm.
honor his mother and his father. And while I'm a bonus and I'm a good member of his community and
Mm-hmm.
network and part of his village, all those things, his mother says something that I need him to be obedient
Right.
to. So his whole thing was, Mom, I'm just gonna run away, and nobody not gonna know where I'm at. I said, please don't do that. I won't be able to think straight. I can't go to sleep. He was like, I'm gonna tell you where I'm at, but I'm not gonna tell them. I was like, and I don't want to say okay,
Right.
but he's serious. And that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was the hardest time of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then, hey mom, hey mom, I love you. I'm good. I love you, Mom. Even to the point he didn't even walk across the stage at graduation.
Oh, Dad.
We all there, but he was rebelling because, and I was just like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sir, please. But he meant it.
Mm-hmm.
So
So that essentially disrupted his world by trying to... And I get that, to your point. I get it. Like the respect factor, that is your biological, and biological daddy's not here, and so you don't really have the power or authority to make a decision on his behalf. But it's almost like seeing the repercussions of what happens to a child, how disruptive it can be to a child's life, but they don't even walk across the stage because they battling with who they prefer to live with, or how their heart is broken because they're made to be someplace they really don't want to be.
yep. And it was hurtful. But like I said, when my son, he hit me with, Mom, where you at? What you doing? Can we go to lunch?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you ran away. And I know nobody don't know where you at.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to do lunch with me. Like, stuff like that.
Yeah, because
It make
that's
me
touchy. You
feel
kind of had to...
special.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. As much as you wanted to kind of buy
Cause like,
into it and feel special, it was probably a little too touchy for you to really embrace it fully.
yeah, it was very touchy. It was uncomfortable. It was hurtful. It was scary because I know my kids. I know my children. And I know the dangers of the world. They they pretty smart. They pretty savvy. They know how to navigate, but they not grown.
Mm-hmm.
What? Where are you sleeping? Who are you with? What? Where are you going? Where are we? What is this? You know, it's so many questions. And with respect, because he was now fending for himself, it was like, Mom, you can't ask me those types of questions because I'm not going to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to tell you nothing. So it was like, oh, my son of man,
Mm-hmm.
he mature. He know how to put boundaries in place. He know how to, be final with what his word is. He knows how to put his foot down and be 100% definite in his not you, not here, not now, not
Mm-hmm.
that. That's a lot of maturation,
Mm-hmm.
sir. And again, now he's fending for himself.
Mm-hmm.
You could put that type of a boundary up with somebody that loves you. I know you're gonna handle whatever come
Right,
your way
right,
outside.
right.
But my mind still, this my
That's why I said it's
baby.
kind of bitter. I was going to say it's bittersweet.
Oh God, this is my baby. I'm used to making sure you eat vegetables before we go to, go out the or eat some wings and mumbo sauce. Like I'm making sure that I give my kids peas so they can say they had vegetables before we ate wings and fries. Oh my God. Who did you
So,
oh
so
God.
was it
What
more the middle of the favorite? I'm sorry. Was it more?
my
Do
baby
you think that he probably showed signs of being more affected by the divorce, the
he
separation than
he
the others? Was it kind of like that?
so my daughter is number 2 and my baby son is number 4.
Okay.
Number 2 and number 4 are the closest. Number 1 and number 3 are the closest.
Okay.
I said it wrong, but they have like their
Yeah, a little
pair.
pair. Yeah.
All of them have their pair. Yeah. And with my daughter and my baby son, they felt it together.
Mm,
My daughter never experienced my husband not being at the house. When we got together, when we were dating, she saw him and we did stuff together. And then she saw his kids and they did stuff together. So it was always him and then it was not.
all right.
So she felt the loss. And my baby son, while his mother, like I said, they had a familial relationship with her familial relationship with his mother and the household, she always had that interaction with, though my son never really felt the lack. He
But
probably
she
just
still
thought his
had
father
access
wasn't
to the
there.
family.
Yeah. So he probably just felt like his father wasn't even there. Like
Mhm.
not that he was in jail, but that when I go to my father's house, he never in here.
Right. Everybody
He
else
probably
with him.
just thought he was outside.
Mhm.
Yep. So my baby son and my daughter experienced the loss the same time.
Mhm.
But it wasn't that he was in jail or something. He's just
Was
not
it
in
absent?
here and he's being bad.
Absent. Mhm.
He's being mean. He's being bad. We had to cuss him out. We had to fight our dad. It was a lot of hurt, but they went through it together.
Mhm.
So the balance of home life changing happened in pairs and they could deal with it
Mhm.
together.
That's good.
So with there being my son removed from the home or, no longer being able to be a part of the household, because he never, it was just like different. It was like she had to deal with stuff and navigate her feelings without her
Not
brother.
right. And she used to
And
have him there. Mhm.
when they got together, it was, man, how you doing? Man, how you doing? How you doing this? Man, and they buddy each other up and they help each other navigate in their own sister and brother way.
Mhm.
I can't and won't talk about it, but even to this day, like I said, my kids have pairs. So
Mhm. Do you think that any of
that's it.
them felt, whether it was whether it was the oldest, middle, or youngest, do you feel like there was ever a situation where someone felt like they had to, I don't know, maybe be the hierarchy for the kids as y'all were going through what y'all were going through? Like, whether it's we got to stay out of it or we need to intervene, or if this don't work out, I would rather say, well, like, do you know if it was like I'm just kind of imagining a huddle, right? And then the coach, like, was there like a coach?
My kids did that all the
Mm-hmm.
time. They did that all the time. With or without me, they did it. They always did it. Even to the point. I'm not even trying to be funny or rude, but the love is so deep for me because my daughter father, even when he was like at work, he was a bus driver for a while. My kids get on his bus and he looking out for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Like my kids always have a bond and Their hierarchy is the same with any sibling group. The oldest is first,
Mm,
big dog. Number two is big dog. Well, not big dog, but it's big
right,
dog. It's number two. It's the oldest boy. Do what I say. You know, and then my baby. He just they got a different story to tell.
right.
They
I'm
say
sure.
he always got away with murder.
They say it again.
They say they said my baby got away with murder.
Yeah, the
That
favorite.
anytime it was supposed to, he got in trouble. He never got in trouble.
Mm,
But I know my son got in trouble because I disciplined him, and I know that my ex-husband used to discipline him.
mm-hmm,
But my kids tell a different story.
mm,
So I don't know. I'm gonna respect the fact that, to answer your question, the hierarchy happened within the natural order.
okay.
The oldest was big dog,
Mm,
and they listened to her and did what she said. And if they had any problems, she would check him and put him back in place.
mhm,
And that's just how it was because my children had their own relationship, their own bond. And like I said, because they were raised together,
right. Mm-hmm,
they did everything together. And when they weren't together, they caught each other up and they sistered and brothered like they never left.
right.
It just was like, it was just,
And so this question you probably won't be able to answer because I know you guys are just reconciling and trying to build a relationship. The 18-year-old, right? The youngest.
okay. Hmm.
But I
Hmm.
wonder, does he feel, or have you ever heard that maybe he feels like an oddball, like he kind of wasn't there, like everybody kind of grew up together, but him, like maybe he was deprived from that family dynamic and that cohesiveness at the time they all were able to develop by being, in the home
I
together.
think about that. I think about that a lot. I can't lie, it hurt to think about that because with my Woo! When I think about it and I talk to my kids and we do the things that we do, we talk how we talk, and then I talk to him and I say, "Hey, da 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 da," especially if I contact them first. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? What you got going on?" Just text them because they're
Mm.
teenagers, and we talk, and the conversation just be flowing. And I ask the same question I ask almost every time I talk to him: "Have you spoke to anybody in the family?" And he say no every time.
Yeah,
I can't handle that.
yeah,
I raised my children to be together.
yeah.
I raised my children to love and support and be together, but he wasn't
Yeah, I was gonna
there.
say, but you were
And now
deprived from doing that and having that experience with him, or he was
my
deprived of.
head,
Yeah,
my heart, every part of me breaks. And sometimes I be texting through tears and I'm not even kidding because it hurts so bad. And I can't do nothing about
right.
it.
Hmm.
I'm
You
not
couldn't
even
do
his
nothing
stepmother no
then,
more.
and you can't do nothing now. So it's like hope.
I'm not, but at least at first I'm his ex stepmother.
Right.
You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? That baby grew in my heart from day 4
Hmm.
when he was alive for 4 days. He was stuck with me. And then we got the same name, like for real. What happened?
Hmm.
But my head and my heart, bro, it drops when I say, "Have you talked to anybody in the family?" No. I'm like, "Oh my God."
Yeah. Yeah, and I can only imagine um, feeling left out, you know, and probably feeling like he's on an island when it comes down to his siblings at times, I'm sure. And no fault of his. That's what makes it even sadder, right? It's no fault or decision of his. Because,
I'm gonna say this: they have a bond. It's just
yeah,
different.
yeah, of course.
So
Hmm.
like to hear my kids speak, because again, I try. My kids grown. It's different. Saying, "Hey, y'all, come home for Sunday dinner." That's dead. They're like, "We want a brunch. I'm not even home. Da 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 da. I got a babysit. I'm not a. My kids not. It's dead. That's not happening. We got to do a lot of scheduling, and have a lot of patience because they grown, they have lives.
Mhm.
But my youngest will text my daughter and be like, "Hey, sis, I need $10.
Mhm.
Hey, what you doing today? Y'all ain't doing nothing? I'm trying to do this and that." They have their
Right.
own way of
Right.
building, but it's not all the
Mhm.
time. And while I do hear her say, "Yeah, my brother just hit me up," da 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 da, and I'm thinking she's talking about my baby son, but she's talking about the babies.
Okay.
So I'm like,
Okay.
"Oh, that really feels so
That's
happy."
good.
I be
Mhm.
feeling good, but it's not all the time.
Right.
So whenever they have their interactions, it's mutual respect, and they follow each other on social media, so they know what each other looks like and have going on in each other's lives. So they have a relationship that they build on their own for themselves by
Mhm.
themselves. It just, as mom, as stepmother, as Tina, my heart be broken because I want it to be
Right.
better. I want it to be more solidified. I want it to be more. Maybe a part of me is kind of selfish that I want to see it happen or make it happen. I don't know, but whatever it is, I just want it to be better.
Mhm.
And to your point of the love that my children are accustomed to feeling from me, and him not being privy to that during his earlier childhood, it does make me feel sad. And but like I said, when he got to see for himself that my family don't play about him,
And
when
he,
he was at
I'm sure
family
he
fun
needs
day
that too. Hmm.
to feel it for
Absolutely.
himself.
Hmm.
Yeah, my family, I'm telling you his first name, they didn't know that. And they was like, yeah, hey, first name, this is that, da 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 da. They looking like, oh, nice to meet you, this, that. But they probably thought it was one of my kids' friends or something. I don't know. But I would say his nickname, I was like, no, sister, that's the nickname.
Hmm.
Everybody hugging him and, making him feel like he was
Right.
missing.
That's why I say he needs that. Whenever he gets it, he
Yeah,
needs it. Because I think
yeah.
oftentimes it's hard for us, and not just as stepmoms. Like I don't even play the step game, bonus game, but I get it. I think it's difficult when you don't really know what they really feel, you know? Because
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you try to assume it based on the communication,
Mm-hmm.
maybe how you interact when you see them. But it's really
Mm-hmm.
difficult when you really don't know what they're thinking and feeling. And you know it's got to be something different than what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on the
Yeah.
history, it's like they got to have some thoughts and concerns outside of what I'm feeling when we text and communicate. And you can't do
Yeah.
nothing about what you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I hear you and I feel you and I agree with everything that you're saying. Here's how I deal with it because it happens naturally, to your point. Sometimes he'll just say, "Hey, I love you," in the text message. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, you hear me? Heart just melts
Mm-hmm.
because whatever you got going on, you thought
It's
to
all enough.
yourself, "Let me just tell my stepmother I love her.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't asking for nothing. I just want to see how you doing and tell you I love you."
Mm-hmm.
Boy,
Yeah,
I don't know what the motivation is for that, but I know that I'm real grateful to feel that
I'm
love
sure. Mm-hmm.
with my boys. Because like I said, he has 5 children. 4 of them I have a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them the relationship is rebuilding.
Mm-hmm.
So with my oldest 2 sons, we good. We so good. The third one, I don't know him.
Right.
I was able to introduce him to his brother though. Somebody I never met. I
Mm-hmm.
was able to introduce to somebody who I'm reconnecting with.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know, and I'm not trying to say nothing for myself. I'm just gonna give God the glory. That's how you know the love is real
Right.
and God is faithful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You understand? My baby boy and the brother that's directly above him in the line have never ever been able to have a conversation or say, "Hey, you taller than me. I'm taller than you."
Mm-hmm.
They were connected by their ex
Right.
stepmother via social media, and a connection was made, and now the brothers connected on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These dudes better watch who they choose. You hear me? You better get the right one.
Yeah. Because I think what happens is ultimately you get it's almost like that bad apple, and I'm not directing
Mm-hmm.
this towards any particular person that's
Yeah.
that's within the dynamics
Right.
of your kids and their mothers. It's just I'm speaking in general
Right.
because a lot of times the bad
Right.
apple is the parent, and they you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, and they poison that child, even that's just from withdrawing access. You know what I'm saying, or just in their ear about certain things.
We had,
And it's
well,
hard for
let's
a
be
child to
clear.
fight through that.
Let's be clear. We had those interactions, and as easily as I was able to have conversations to glass over how those interactions played out versus how I speak
Mm-hmm.
about them, they were very nasty. They were very nasty. The interactions were heavy, rude, loud, long, drawn out. People got arrested, people got hurt. It was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of things happened, and a lot of things didn't have to.
Right. That's be the thing.
But hear me say this, the kids ain't got nothing to do with that. And the way I love all my children, they still feel that love. And I've been divorced from their dad since 2017. So it ain't me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate how some kids become collateral damage, right? They use
Yeah.
them as weapons, and you know what I'm saying? It's bait and all this stuff just based on the relationship not working or a new person's now in the picture. And it's just it baffles me. It breaks my heart to know how sometimes we can be so bitter, and so angry that we'll literally call ourselves trying to hurt this other adult, but in the meantime, you're really destroying the child because they're hearing more than you
Yeah.
think they're hearing. They know more than you think they know, and they witnessing way more than you think they're able to witness. So then they got to kind of play this game. I don't want to make mommy mad, so I don't want her to know how close I am with daddy, because then mommy might be jealous. Or I don't want to, I don't want mommy to know how close I am with stepmommy, because so then they forced to try to manage emotions, but they're not even in touch with their emotions. You know what I'm saying? At such a young age, so it gets really, I think,
You touched on something that we haven't addressed
okay.
yet in our conversation, and we've been on this for a while. But my daughter's father has a female,
Mm-hmm.
and she loved my daughter,
Mm-hmm.
and it was my turn to be the baby
Mm-hmm.
mother. I'm not in your way, sweetheart. Whatever you got going on, have it. Have it going on, because you are there when I'm not.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You see? And for her, it was a lot. It was a lot, April. It was a lot, because we have a reputation from being kids, and we got a reputation in Southeast, and people know
Mm-hmm.
us. And I won't say that they compared us, because I don't think that we're comparable. I don't
Okay.
think that we're apples to be compared to one
Right.
another. I think we're literally apple and orange. But because we are both love interests to the same individual, I think that that's the comparison.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
So, with respect to all of the things and all of the people, I always was respectful of her and her position in my daughter's life.
Good for you.
When it turned into dropping her off at the girlfriend house, call and tell her I'm outside.
Mm-hmm.
Where she at? I'm picking her up for school. Time for her to come back home. Oh, my girl got her. Just go back to the same place. Oh, okay. Did you have fun?
And so that's how you know it has a lot to do with the mentality of the person. It's not just stepmom, stepdad. It's not just that. It's really mentality and love.
Love,
Mm.
Slim, love.
Yeah,
You make my kid feel loved.
that's
Thank
enough,
you.
right? Yeah.
You make my kid feel love. Thank you.
Yeah.
When any child is around me, I love them like they mine. I'm protecting them because they're yours. You understand? I'm protecting them like they mine, but I'm protecting them even more because I don't want to have to
Right.
tell your mother what happened to
Exactly.
you. When
Exactly.
she, you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to have to say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm even extra protective. Not that I'm not protective with my own, but I'm going to love you like you mine. And I'm going to be even more on it because I don't want to have to tell them body that something
Right.
happened to their kid. Because the first thing people think is you did that because you not their mother
Exactly.
or because you
Exactly.
no ma'am, no sir.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I always am protective and loving when it comes down to children, but even more so because like I said, with my me dealing with a man that had children and with all due respect, like I said, he was a father. He was hands-on, he was present, he was active in their lives, and he whatever the mothers asked for, he made sure that they had
Mm-hmm.
it. I guess that's the best way I could say it because it wasn't perfect, but he was, he did it.
Mm-hmm.
If they say the kid needs shoes or I need $500 for their gifts for Christmas or whatever, he made that happen. Even to the point where sometimes they had to come through me to get what they needed,
Mm-hmm.
but it worked. Whatever they needed, it happened. Last minute invitations to stuff, like literally, the graduation is tomorrow at 10 a.m. You just telling me that I'll be there. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What? You knew about this for how many?
Definitely knew about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it turned into one of those situations where it's just like, my kids don't know to tell me to.
Right.
So me not being at their graduation, that be a thing. How come you wasn't at
Right.
my
And that's all they remember.
when
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So that one time I wasn't at something because you didn't tell me and I didn't know. You asked me about it and that hurt you to not have me there.
Mm-hmm.
So now every time my kids have something, it has to be tell Tina,
Mm-hmm.
invite Tina, this one for Tina. They got to advocate for me because they want me to be there and they know it's going to be a problem
Right. Mm-hmm.
with mom.
Right.
It was so bad. I promise it hurt so bad. It hurt bad. The situations that I had to just be there for my kids through
Yeah.
because they want me here, but Shawty don't. That stuff
Yeah.
hurt. But I told my children without saying, on this day you did that, and on this day your mother did it. I told them some of the things that I've experienced, I hope you never have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
But trying to make them understand it without pinpointing
Right.
every day situation. And now that you have children, because your child has other siblings, you will be able to see some of the stuff that I dealt
Right.
with.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you never feel the hurt, but just so that you have an understanding, you'll be able to see what it's like to be the other person
Right.
with the kids because now you're,
Exactly.
experiencing
Mm-hmm.
that. And I promise on a stack of Bibles, the way that my children have grown and matured because they've had examples of what it looks
Mm-hmm.
like to still be there for them kids, it's all worth it.
Yeah.
Every bad and sad moment I've ever experienced as a stepmother is worth it because my children can genuinely say they're there.
Right. Right.
Sorry about
No
that.
worries.
I had to make sure that
So let me, cause I know we've been on for a minute. I'm sorry to hold you so long. We're gonna wrap it up now. So,
you all right.
because I've heard so many different dynamics of it, right? And I think I'm very
Mm-hmm.
grateful to hear your story, in spite of, I'm sure it was a whole lot of other things that's, out of respect for all parties, it's probably not worth mentioning on this interview. But I think I appreciate and I'm grateful to understand your experience has not resulted in you becoming the bad seed. Because you don't just got, because
No.
some people just got one parent that's sowing bad discord that just does it. You know what I'm saying? For the whole apple tree.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to have multiple
Mm-hmm.
ones and still,
Mm-hmm.
and them not be so contaminated, you know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
still want that
Mm-hmm.
and feel free and liberated to maintain that relationship, I'm super grateful for you.
Mm-hmm.
I find it, interesting how, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions. We're gonna go how the other parent doesn't see fit or necessary to thank that present parent. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like why? How is that? Why is that awkward? Why is that a challenge? Like as you said about your daughter's father's girlfriend, you're there when I'm
Mhm.
at. Thank you. Like, and I
Mhm.
always take it back. So there's got to be something else going on in that woman's heart or that man's heart that they can't see
Mhm.
fit. That I'm actually, I mean, I hate to say it, I'm kind of doing you a favor. You know, it's like an unwarranted favor by, because I could be something else to these kids, but I'm none of that. Like, how is
Mhm.
that? Where's the gratitude for that? Like, is it still,
Yeah.
can you be that intimidated for decades of me? You know what I'm saying? Can you dislike me for having what
Yeah,
was
that
once
happens though,
yours? Like,
April.
what is that?
Yeah, that happens. That happens. Like one of the moms, even when it's far, so I'll say both sides. So I still, me and the girlfriend of the dad,
Mm-hmm.
I text her on Mother's Day. I don't know her birthday or whatever, but I text her like, hey, happy Mother's Day, Merry Christmas, holidays and stuff like that. But when we speak, I say it differently. When my daughter is having conversations with her,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, hey, in the background, I even gave her a nickname. And I told my daughter, I said these words. I said, man, I wish me and her was close so that I could call her a nickname, the
Mm-hmm.
nickname that I made in my mind. And she was like, Mom, she'll probably love that so much because it's coming from
Mm-hmm.
you. And I was like, one day I asked her, I was like, can I just call you? And she was like, okay, I like that. Yeah, you can call me that. And I was like, oh my God, I gave
That's
her a nickname. She
up.
accepted it. She likes it. But it meant the world to me because as endearing as that name was for me to give it to her, it wasn't like, my mother called you. It
Right,
wasn't
right.
negative or
Mm-hmm.
nasty. It was like, my mother wants to know if it's okay if she calls you. And it was like, for real, no, I like that name. Yeah, you could call me that. Flip side, now I'm the wife and it's baby mama time. I'm like, hey, happy Mother's Day. Cause my mother-in-law
She
she put us all in the group
oh
text.
Lord.
she
Okay. She tried.
So I know their birthdays, you know what I'm saying? I know how to, I know when they all celebrate this, that, and the third. So I'm like, oh, put it in my phone. This person's birthday is that. This person's birthday is that. So I'm like, okay, cool. They mothers' birthdays are this. So we're divorced now. Life is going on, and we're not in a group chat no more because they're not communicating with all of the other whatever. Birthday come around. Happy birthday. Thank you. I'm like, oh, I didn't think he was gonna
Mm-hmm.
respond. But thank you for
Right,
responding. But I'm not saying nothing extra. I'm just like
right.
being in the space, like, oh, that was really sweet. Thank you for saying thank you, I guess. But Mother's Days, all that stuff, just making them to know I'm acknowledging
Right. It's
you.
important.
I'm acknowledging who you are to these kids. And I'm saying, outside of the honor of being this man's wife, I'm saying, woman, I acknowledge your contribution to
Exactly.
society and to the world.
Exactly.
Thanks for being a mom. Thank you for loving on your kids and thank you for
And
sharing them.
also,
Whatever I
that's
say.
better for the kids. The more we get along and the more they see how we interact, it also makes the whole situation better. So I be oftentimes feeling like they put their feelings, and this is mother or father, because dads do it too. They put their feelings before the child's comfort. Because at the end of the day, the better we get along, the better the environments we create for these children will be. You know what I'm saying? And somehow the feelings become more important. The experiences with that
Yeah, I
father
got
or that
you.
mom becomes more important. And it's so disheartening.
April, it's so many things. I guess I should probably write a book because you just touched on something that made me think of something else. Like when you asked about the baby daddy and how he respects the boundaries and all that stuff. Like I was on child support. I paid child support.
Okay.
Like it was a lot of feelings
Mm,
because it's like, who you think you are? taking my family from me?
Mm,
Who do you think you are not giving me the chance to be the man that you wanted?
mm,
Like, who do you think you are? And it was a lot of feelings and it was hurt
mm.
there and it was real. But what? Just rolling
Yeah.
eyes. But like I say, I mean, all of that while still dealing with baby mamas because I'm married to this man.
Hmm.
I got it on this side
Yeah,
and
on
that
both
side.
ends, yeah.
And it's like,
And that's
what
why
you
I
gonna do?
commend you for still being able to have those relationships because that's a lot. That's a lot mentally,
Yeah,
emotionally, spiritually, because you already feel somewhat powerless, for those you didn't birth. Like you can't make the indefinite decisions regardless of how much you love them or they love you. And you kind of got to tolerate and take all of these low blows for the sake of these kids that you have grown to love so much. And so, yeah, I commend you for being able to maintain not even just your sanity, but just being mature enough to know I gotta stay flat footed, but in my square, right? You know what I'm saying? For the sake of being
my
able to
little
have access to
lane.
these kids.
Yeah, access to these kids. That's the biggest and best, the most important focus. Access to the kids. So, like I said, there was a time when my daughter lived with her dad, and there was a time during that duration where I was on child support. My picture couldn't be up in the house because somebody's feelings was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
There couldn't be a mention of my name because it was weaponized against
Mm-hmm.
somebody. And I couldn't even come visit. Like it was not, she couldn't visit me. She couldn't come with me because she act different when she come with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
What? So the way that the response came from my kid, rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
It was rebellion. And it turned into a lot of things that didn't have to be said, being said.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, the call had to be made. Can you please talk to her?
So, do you think that she
So
was
I'm like, what's going
poisoned in a way
on?
where she was blaming you or resenting you or anything like that?
She was resenting them for keeping me away.
Mm. And so
And
everybody
I
suffers
think
from
that,
the rebellious child. Mm.
yeah, and I think she didn't know that my absence was because they told me not to.
Uh,
So when she heard, or because like I would come up to her school on special occasions and do stuff with her. So when she was able to see that I wasn't not coming to her house because I didn't want to, or I wasn't not getting her because I didn't want her,
mm,
it was this situation is occurring.
mm,
And it's like, oh, my mother don't play about me, and she got her strength
her
back.
confidence back.
Like I said,
Mm,
she could see the person that she comes from. So she gets some strength from me. She has confidence because she sees how the people respond to me.
mm,
Like she feels back to herself because she's connected to essentially who she comes
mm,
from. You know, I ain't trying to say her source because that's God, but somebody that look like her and talk like her and act like her, talking to her, she feels at home because her mommy is here.
mm.
She getting her strength and her
Yeah,
herself
that's a
back.
whole sacred place.
So yeah, she had a lot of coming to grips with her reality once I just started overstepping some boundaries.
Right.
But not even that, I pushed the envelope and like I said, I didn't
Start fighting back.
overstep the boundary. I went around them. I went around the boundaries. I guess that's the best way to describe that. I went around those very, very clear boundaries. And I was just like, that's my kid. So yeah, all that you talking, you can keep. I don't care none about that. My daughter is my daughter. That's my child. So while you got all this stuff in place, and I mean, even to the point of CPS always coming to my house just because I called her.
Wow.
So coming to her house to see her, the police now involved. Like
Mm.
it was bad. April, if I told you everything, we'd be on this phone, we'd do a 24-hour podcast. You hear me? It will always be something
Yeah.
because with all due respect, there was so much stuff that went into that man's child and those ladies'
Children.
children.
Yeah. I
Because
actually can't
who is that
imagine.
girl? What's Shorty doing? Who is Shorty? Who is that? Why you marry her and not me?
We all in
Oh
that.
man, it was so much. It was so much. And it, with all due respect, there's only one of them that I never had any issues with. And that's the one that, like I said, I've never had a conversation with her. Not to say that she's peaceful and great. I don't know
Right.
her. And I'm not to say that we would have had issues, but I will give respect to the fact that she's never had a negative or positive or any type of interaction with me at all.
Mm.
So she's not included. The interactions with her child work just like with any person that you pass by at a bus stop or
Right.
anybody at the grocery store that you stand, they in out line 7 and you in line 6, y'all just passing
Right.
each other. Like it was
Mm.
nothing. So while I respect and regard him as one of my children, I have to, I mean, how do I say it? Like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like your favorite
Right.
team,
Mm-hmm.
you rooting for them and you so happy that they're doing good, but they don't know you.
Right. Mm.
They can't pick you out of nowhere.
Mm.
If you don't tell them that you're rooting for
They
them, they
don't
won't
say
know that
nothing
you're a
right.
fan.
Mm.
So that's how I feel about him. I'm praying for my children. I love from a distance because I don't know him, but I'm here.
Right.
When we had family fun day, he was invited. It just so happened that he got off where the day that we had it, he had to work. He was tired and he didn't feel like being around nobody. But the welcome was
Right.
there,
Invitation.
the
Mm-hmm.
introduction, yeah, the welcoming, the fact that there wants to be an introduction is
Right.
understood. So it's not like I'm a person in the
Right.
wind. He
Exactly.
just knows that I exist.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Well, for
but
some reason, my charger is not plugged up, and I don't want this thing to down, which is weird, and it's too far away for me to try to adjust. But let me yeah, it's yeah, I don't know how you did it. We've actually got 5 total, and so he had 3 before
Mhm,
me. I had 1, and then we had 1,
mhm,
and
mhm,
so all 3 of his kids have the same mother, right? So I think that I was
mhm,
grateful for that part.
mhm,
The boys have always lived with us. His daughter
mhm,
has never lived with us.
mhm,
Um, and then Miles, then we had Miles. And so now you
mhm,
got this age gap in between them. That's a
mm,
whole nother conversation because what can you do about that, right? I'm not
mhm,
12, I'm 20, and so I just share that piece to say that so even though we've never had any personal negative, because I just know me then, now, and forever, and so I know to just stay in my lane and do what I do, and don't even
mhm,
go outside of those boundaries because I don't want to ever be looked at as the blame and the
mhm,
bad one or whatever. And so I've always, this entire time I've been known this man for 20 years, we've literally never had one negative interaction. But that don't mean it's all good and it's
yeah,
peaceful. That just means I
yeah,
stay out the way and she stay
yeah,
out the way. Um,
yeah,
and so I share that to just with the dynamics of that, I can't even bear to imagine if there was 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? 3
mhm,
mothers, and it's just. I mean, I think I'm getting a headache even trying to put all this together. Tell you how you were able to maintain all that and still work
yeah,
at that and still be concerned for
yeah,
that because it can get tiring. You can grow weary in your well doing for real. And I think it's so different from just life challenges. It's like you can grow weary in your well doing with trying to maintain a relationship with someone or your career choice or something, just your development with the
mhm,
child, with the whole blended, it's a whole different level of strength and understanding to even understand how to handle this and maintain this. Like how to keep maintaining your role. Uh-oh, I thought I lost you. Without losing your cool or losing a relationship and all those different things. And so I just commend you for being able to put up with all of that on top of a divorce. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's just so much. And I couldn't say, I'd be lying and say, I could have handled that. I'll be lying. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, I didn't sign up to get married for
Oh,
divorce.
sure. Yeah.
And I mean, hindsight looking at it, somebody could be like, "Girl, all them baby mothers, you definitely was getting a divorce," and they weren't a part of our interaction.
Mm,
None of them, whatever he had going on before me, he had going on
mm,
before me. And like I said, when we got together, it's like the world stopped.
mm,
Nobody mattered. Nobody. When I got off work, he did too.
mm,
When we made plans, he stuck to them. We did what we said we want to do. We had an agreement,
mm,
a friendship, a romance, a bond. We were married.
mm.
That was my husband. I was his and he was hers. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? So all of the things that we built in that 9 months before we got married was solidified even now to this
Mm,
day. I'm still who I said I was gonna
right.
be. It's just I'm no longer your
Right. Right.
wife.
Mm-hmm.
But who I said I was gonna be, I still fulfill obligations to those
Right.
children. I still covered him. And even now, like the Proverbs 31 woman, your name still look good because of Shorty.
Right.
I'm Shorty.
Right. Right.
You understand
Mm.
what I'm saying? Like you still, I'm still good money over here because that's who I genuinely
Through and
am.
through. Right. Mm-hmm.
Not fake for
Right.
nothing. As bad as these situations could be, if I was fake, I'd have been
Yeah.
folded. I'd have been broke.
Mm,
I'd have been walked away. I'd have been, no longer still smiling and loving and being who I genuinely
mm,
am if I was fake or if something that I said was a lie or phony.
mm-hmm.
No, all of that is me. All of that is real. All of that is God. All of that is love.
And that's how you've been
All
able to
of it.
maintain it through it all. Mm-hmm.
Being genuine and sincere to God. Being genuine and sincere to myself, being genuine and sincere to my children,
Right.
being genuine and sincere to my daughter's father, being genuine and sincere to my ex husband,
Mm-hmm.
being genuine and sincere to all those ladies that gave me my babies.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they choose to or not, I still am very thankful for the relationship that my children have, my role in it, their dad's role in it, the mother's role in it. My kids have bonds on their own. And like I said, I'm going to give respect, and I know we got to wrap up. But the fact that I was able to make an introduction for somebody I never met,
Right.
for somebody I just got reconnected with, like that, nothing, everybody could just kick rocks because it's all worth it. My kids connected.
Right. Right. Hmm. Well, good for you. I don't get too deep into a lot of them we've already touched on for real. It's really
Mhm.
just a double back to get a more direct answer. And I would hate to lose you because I don't know what's going on with this charger. But so if you could, what do you think was the biggest challenge in terms of the co-parenting aspect? Was it communication? Was it just being able to tolerate the reality of what was going on? Like, what do you think was the biggest challenge in trying to hold all this together?
I think because I saw co-parenting with other
Mm,
people, the when it was my turn, it was gonna be different.
mm,
Like they say, you learn from the mistakes of others. That's wisdom.
right.
I can apply the knowledge of what you've shown me and what you saw,
Mm,
or what you made me see, or what you told me. I can apply that because, like the Bible says, all things are lawful but not expedient.
exactly.
What result do you want, Christina? You want to check Shorty and make sure she understand in front of all these people not to ever play with you no more? Or you just gonna be here for the kids. I'm gonna be here for the kids.
That's
Cause I
the
heard what
deciding
you
factor.
said. I saw what you did.
The
All
results.
things are lawful but not expedient. You could check anybody. You could check every time somebody just even roll their eyes in your direction wrong. Like, don't look over here.
But if that's not the
No,
result you're looking for, then why give it the
I ain't feeding nothing that I don't want to
mm,
grow.
that part?
So for me, the biggest challenge was making sure that my children saw me still being there. They don't know half of the stuff that I went through.
Mm,
Like if my kids was to watch this, they'd be like, "You talking about my mother? You talking about for my graduation? You talking for my this mother?" They'd be so
mm,
astonished because they
they
don't know
don't.
half of what I experienced because they just know I was there.
Mm-hmm,
They don't know half of the things that I experienced. Well, they do now because we talk because they're grown
mm-hmm,
and they're older, and they would always ask me stuff like, "Can you tell us a story?" Or did my mother ever this? Or did my father ever
mm-hmm.
that? They ask me to tell them stuff. So they're grown
Right,
now. They get stories now because they're older and they can handle it. And it's no, they're not
right,
kids, so they can see
right,
stuff. They can fill in their own gaps. So they could tell me stories.
right.
They got stuff on
Mm-hmm,
their own. But yeah, all of it. The biggest challenge was, like I said, making sure that whatever was happening didn't make my kids not see me.
right. That you remain present through it all.
Had to,
How do you think?
had to.
How do you help others understand in your own way, if you even have figured it out? How you think you were able to maintain that structure within the dynamics of their relationships, knowing they came from all these different households?
Like I said, and I'll reiterate, home. Yes, you have a home with your mother. Yes, you have a home when you're with, your family and other people.
Mm-hmm,
But this is home too,
mm-hmm,
you know? So while there was at one point daddy and mommy structure with the stepmother and a father, or a stepfather and a mother, it's still never stopped being
never
home
stop being home.
because I'm there.
Mm-hmm,
You know what I'm saying? I represented home to my children. I represented stability to my children. I represented resilience to my children. Because did you tell Tina?
right,
I knew you didn't know because you wasn't
right.
there. You know what I'm saying? When my kids say stuff like that to me or said stuff like that to me, it means the
Yeah.
world to me because they know I don't play that. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Because I can see where you're
home.
coming from. Because essentially, some people can interrupt their own home due to disappointment and the stress that might have been caused in a relationship, and so now they allow that relationship to disrupt their home. And what I'm hearing you're saying is that regardless of whether we're together or not, I maintain home. Home never got
Mhm.
disrupted. Relationships got
Mhm.
disrupted, but not home base.
Yep, relationships changed because remember, the disruption was already there.
Right.
They never really had, they didn't live with him. They went with their dad.
Mm-hmm.
They lived with their mothers. My daughter lived with her mother. And when I got married, daddy was like, "Oh no, we're not playing this." And with them, with the mothers on that side, it turned into, well, like I said, with my baby son, if you not there, why he there?
Mm-hmm.
So it was just, it was I never stopped being
Right.
home. Even to this day,
Regardless.
my kids
Mhm.
grown. And it's, can you cook? Or can we just, they, for some reason, my kids like story time. They like to sit around like campfire style. They like to sit around and for me to just tell them stuff.
Mhm.
That's their thing. Or they have a thing now where they get together and like, "Hey y'all, let's tell Tina about,"
Mhm.
and I'm looking like, What? Y'all did what?" You know,
Now they just have to get their own
it's different.
stories.
But when they get
Mhm.
together, the love flows. Home is there. The representation of who, like I said, they're who they are to each other is.
It's still being
strengthened.
represented there to this day.
Mhm.
Do you have any regrets? Anything you wish you did different or didn't tolerate or should have changed at all?
Nope. I look at all of the experiences that I have or have had with my kids and raising them or interacting with them or being part of their village, whatever my role is or was to them then is even more worth it today
Mm-hmm.
because of the stuff that we went through. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
regret nothing. I don't wish I would have changed nothing. Like I said, even with a phone call or people in the club talking about how one of the mothers was just acting up because her baby father is in it, which was my husband, and I'm not there.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that the interaction happened, and people were telling her, you shouldn't have did that. That girl didn't do nothing to
Mm-hmm.
you. Or, nah, he chose her. That's who he with. Why you feel like that's all right? You don't even want that dude. You just doing it because he married,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So it's like, I don't gotta say nothing to you. I didn't have to say nothing to you to do that. I don't got to say nothing to you for you to stop doing that. Like whoever you are is who
Right.
you gonna be. But I don't have regrets. I think that's the best way to say,
Mm-hmm.
like, I don't know. Whoever they are is who they are. However we are is how we
Right.
are. But I wouldn't change nothing
Because they lessons
because of the way that.
essentially. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So why don't you finish a few sentences for me? And this is all from the
Okay.
perspective of, co-parenting and what's important for the
Okay.
child. And
Okay.
so, what will you say matters the most to a child is?
The thing that I say matters most to a child is stability. Consistency, stability, they kind of go hand in
Mm,
hand, but stability. Children, they grow every day. They grow through everything. Every single part of whatever they got going on is a learning
mhm.
experience. Stability means that they have this basis so that they can go there or grow from here. So stability gives them footing. It gives them, like I said, just the support and backing. And like I said, even if they're not ready to go yet, they could learn some more.
Mhm. Mhm.
They could get strong enough till they're ready to go. But the stability is the most important thing to children, to me, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
I
Stability.
totally agree. Um, one thing you had to learn the hard way with children, particularly.
One thing that I had to learn the hard way when it comes
Hmm.
to raising children, one thing I had to learn the hard way, the law works both ways.
Hmm.
I guess that's the best way to say that. That's a lesson I learned the hard way. Um, yeah, the law works both ways. That's the
Hmm.
I want to say a lot to expound on it, but the best way I could say that the lesson I learned the hard way, the law works both ways. Whereas though, like laws to protect
Hmm.
you, laws to protect the children, laws to protect what could happen next.
Right. Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Laws to enforce what needs to happen, laws to stop stuff from happening.
Hmm.
Like the law works both ways. It could work for
Or
you,
against you.
and if you acting a fool, it could work against
Hmm.
you. Or if they acting a
Right.
fool, it could
Hmm.
work against
Hmm.
them. You understand? So the law works both ways. Like before, I used to have a bad problem with child support.
Hmm.
I did. I had an issue with that. I would never even, like I said, I wouldn't even get on public assistance.
Right.
And then when I found out that that's what they do when you get on public assistance, it made me grind harder.
Hmm.
It made me grind harder. But it was a police officer that told me. He said, "Do you have your child's father on child support?" I said, "No." He said, "Why?" And I was like, "What? My daughter straight. She don't need nothing. She fine. If she needs something, I get it." You know,
That.
I don't want to say boasting, but I'm not no child support
Right.
mother. He said, let me break it down to you like this. And I'm not trying to disrespect you, and I'm not talking about him.
Mm.
Don't you go to work every day? I said, yeah. He said, it costs money for you to go to work every day, don't it?
Mm.
It costs money for you to put clothes on every day to go to work, don't it? It costs money to put shoes on your feet so that you can go to work every day, don't it? I'm like, but that don't have nothing to do with him. I don't need his money to
Right.
put shoes on my clothes. Da, da, da,
Mm.
da. And he said, every day that you go to work, you're taking care of your child and you taking care of
Mm-hmm.
yourself. If he helped make that child, then he need to help take care of that child. And I was just like, you right, but if he don't want to do it, then he don't gotta
Right.
do it. My daughter gonna be straight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still just da 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 da. But the police officer said to me, people respond differently when they pay for something.
Very true.
And I'm like, hold on,
Very true.
wait a minute, buddy. Because when my daughter go with her dad, she got money from me. But what are you doing?
Mm.
I will put money in her little book bag. I'll put money in her jacket pocket. Cause you talking about you don't got no money. My daughter used to having. So she got money when she going with
Right.
you. She got her own money. So it's no more, I can't get my daughter because I don't have no money. We're not playing that game. She got money. What's up? Now what?
Right.
Take her somewhere. She want ice cream. She got ice cream money. She want to go to the park and get an ice something from the truck. She got money. She can get whatever she want. And I know that probably hurt his pride, but just let my daughter have time with you. We were removing obstacles. So what's up?
Right.
So when I had that officer tell me that, I was like I said, the law worked both ways.
Yeah. Is there anything you wish you didn't compromise?
Anything I wish. Um, I don't know. I don't want to say I wish I would have. I don't know. I wish I didn't compromise. Compromise. Uh, I wish I would have left the merge sooner.
Mm.
I don't know how to say that because I feel like I left when I was finished. It's no circling back. It's
Right.
no trying it again. But I was done. You know what I'm saying? But divorce was not an option for me.
Right.
One of my family members told me, she said, and I'm saying it to my family, she said, Tina, you stayed in your marriage because that's all you've seen. You saw till death do you part, so you wasn't comfortable with divorce. And
Right.
I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
But it made
Right.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know is to stick it out and stay. But I didn't see other women in my marriage or my parents, my people marriage. I didn't see disrespect and fighting or arguing. I ain't see none of that. And I'm not saying that they didn't have it, but I don't know what
Mm-hmm.
it looked like. So I was like, dang, that's tough. But I wish I would have left when it was time to leave the first time. You
Mm.
know, now I say that like you gotta go when they wave their first red flag. You
Mm-hmm.
can't. What you want them to wave two red
Right.
flags? When they hit that deal breaker button, we out. I wish I would have left the first deal breaker. I wish I would have left with the first red flag. Like I wish I would have left sooner so that I wouldn't have had so many interactions that my children
Right.
saw. But I don't know about the bond. I don't know about the timing with them. I don't know when that was because I can't even say,
Right.
the first. I don't think about it enough. It's not on my forefront of mind. It's not there no more. But that's one thing that I wish I would have never compromised is staying in a broken marriage that I eventually end up leaving. Like I wish I would have left when I first had the first red flag.
Right. Well, I appreciate this opportunity. I definitely love you. Gonna get a phone call from me. I'm trying to tell you. I yeah, I feel like I picked up a lot of nuggets that
Mhm.
I'm a ponder on. We gonna have some pillow talk about things. I appreciate you being so open though, right?
Yeah.
And vulnerable about it all because essentially at the end of the day, it ain't really about chit chat. It's about helping somebody. Because sometimes you said
Mhm.
it earlier, sometimes you learn the most by somebody else's story. It's one thing when
Mhm.
somebody say, do this, don't do that. I mean,
Mhm.
easier said than done, but once you start hearing the dynamics and the ins and outs of how you navigate, it's like, oh, okay, maybe I can do it that way. I never thought about doing it this way. So I appreciate it. And I'm sure this is going to be helpful and useful for other people. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience. We've been on here for about 4 hours or something like that. And so
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go, but I appreciate your time and your patience. Thanks everybody for tuning in, like, sharing, and subscribing. I'm going to end by doing my plug. Anybody look for any real estate properties, investment properties in DC, Maryland, Virginia, Florida, or Georgia, you can reach out to me. That's Davis Development Group.